Chapter 2295. Arg. The underworld god suddenly covered his head and cried out in pain. The countless memories in his mind were mixed into one, and he could not figure them out. The super chaotic pain made his mind collapse. Wanar. He called out a person's name, and then he fell into even greater chaos. He had been sleeping for too long and had forgotten the biggest secret in his heart. However, the traces left behind by the memory allowed him to find this place. The moment he saw the Dugu Jianling, he thought he had found the answer, but now he fell into endless chaos again. Z. As the powerful mind power swept through the world and filled the 9 heavens, endless power broke through the restrictions of time and space and rushed to Earth. Arg. There was another person on Earth who was in pain at the same time. It was Su Yuhan. She flew out, and her figure was like a dream. Soon, she arrived at a secret mountain forest. The sudden pain made her break out in cold sweat, and she fell into a state of chaos. She had no idea what was happening. Ever since she left the underworld, she had been normal. She returned to the area and took care of the children so that Yi Chan would not have to worry about them. She did not even improve her body during this period because she wanted to reduce her connection with the underworld. However, she still sensed the chaos this time. It was from the underworld. Yi Chen, did something happen to you? Yi Chen's figure suddenly appeared in her mind, and her heartbeat became more chaotic. In the abyss of nothingness, the underworld god released the underworld power to protect himself. He had no better idea. However, the sword spirit continued to release power. Even the underworld power could not stop the transmission of power. It seemed to be the agreement in his previous life that it could not be destroyed. Who exactly is this vivid sense of life coming from? Suddenly, the underworld god sensed Su Yuhan on Earth. A pair of eyes of darkness appeared in Su Yuhan's mind across countless dimensions, making her panic. What is this? The memories of the underworld, Lord, kept surging in her mind. Su Yuhan felt a tremor that hit the deepest part of her soul. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. With a flash of lightning, everything disappeared again. Meanwhile, the Dugu Jianling continued to fly in the abyss of nothingness. Where are you going? The underworld god turned into a shadow and followed the Dugu Jianling. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword spirit flew faster and faster, but the underworld deity was close behind. Several more hours passed, and the sword spirit finally came to a halt. In front of him was a boundless starry sky, a boundless torrent of space-time. It was as if everything here had become eternal. The god of the underworld opened his eyes and watched the Dugu Jianling disappear into the endless starry sky. That was his destination. Demon's Eye. He opened the eye of the devil and looked at the starry sky. Waves of life energy flowed out, making the underworld god feel waves of warmth and familiarity. He was extremely excited as he walked into the sea of stars. In front of the void abyss, Yi Chen finally took his first step. Underworld deity, I don't care what secrets you have. Let me reveal them. Yi Chen stepped on the celestial emperor's sword as lotuses bloomed around him. He entered the void instantly. The space inside was indeed different from the outside. Yi Chen instantly felt a strong pressure. This pressure was very strange and could only be reduced by divine power. Ordinary power was useless. It was as if the entire place was prepared for the gods. How could this be? The existence of this place was very unusual. Yi Chen realized that there must be some connection between this place and the underworld god. Demon's Eye. Yi Chen opened the demon's eye at the same time. He saw a vast sea of stars. It was because of the homologous effect of the demon's eye that he saw some of the images that the underworld god saw. Let's go. With a step, the celestial emperor's sword flew like a stream of light, bringing Yi Chen into the mysterious void. In the deepest part of the void abyss, there was an endless sea of stars. The underworld, God stepped into it. At a glance, he could not tell the difference between the thousands of stars. The underworld, God released his power and kept extending it, trying to find the root. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not find anything. Impossible. The underworld God was furious. He released countless illusory streams of light that rushed in all directions. Countless information was brought back and entered the underworld God's mind. However, the information was chaotic, as if it had been set by someone. This was not an ordinary space, but a vast starry sky, maze formation that no one could break through. The underworld, God, saw the mystery. If he wanted to see the truth, he had to break through the starry sky, maze formation. Ha ha ha! Come at me if you want to test me. The underworld God's wild laughter echoed in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. A divine weapon appeared in his hand, the netherworld mirror. Whoosh! He threw the netherworld mirror and looked at the 3,000 worlds. No matter how vast the starry sky was, it could not escape the netherworld mirror's gaze. Sizzle! The light of the underworld shrouded the 3,000 worlds. The endless array was controlled by the underworld God. How amazing! Who could set up such an exquisite array and mobilize vast power to set up endless space and time? What a godly person! The underworld God could not help but exclaim. Before this, he did not think that there was anyone who could receive such a compliment from the underworld God. What he saw before him was unconventional. The netherworld mirror enveloped the endless space and time. Finally, a formation diagram appeared before him. After seeing the true diagram, the underworld God was even more surprised. What he saw before him was like a dream. He felt a sense of familiarity. The underworld God waved his arm, and the demon's eye appeared again. All the information about the array entered his eyes. Putting away the netherworld mirror, the underworld God waved his sword. Under the guidance of the demon's eye, he found a possible way to break the array. Sizzle! After a few steps, the Dugu Jianling suddenly appeared again. His sword chi was awe-inspiring and filled with murderous intent. The underworld God's eyes turned cold. He pointed his sword at the Dugu Jianling. The Dugu Jianling formed countless swords and attacked the underworld God. Ha ha ha! Child's play. The underworld God stepped forward. He was not afraid of the sword array at all. It turned out that he was covered with a layer of underworld God energy shield. All the swords landed on the shield and could not reach his body. Whoosh! 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 Boom! 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 The sword chi continued to attack without any effect. The underworld God walked into the vast starry sky. The Dugu Jianling hung above the starry sky. Then, starlight poured into the Dugu Jianling. A sky pass appeared in front of him. Oh, the underworld God smiled with interest. He looked at the sky pass and saw a person standing on it. The two looked at each other. The underworld God was shocked. Damn it! The underworld God's power formed a sword and rushed toward the sky pass. Whoosh! At the same time, the swordsman above the sky pass moved slightly. His sword finger formed a sword and swept out. The underworld God's power instantly. Chapter 2296. The nether God's power dissipated instantly. The nether God frowned. The opponent in front of him was not simple. Those who stop the nether God will die. Facing the nether God's powerful voice, the opponent was not afraid at all. He remained silent and activated the astral maze formation. Suddenly, the entire space fell into extreme chaos again. It was an unpredictable situation. Such a situation was very difficult to solve. However, the lonely sword spirit was here. The nether God would not miss this opportunity. Dong, dong, dong. The nether God entered the formation. No matter what formation it was, he would break it. At the same time, Yichin also entered the void abyss with the heavenly sword. Soon he saw the astral maze formation and even sensed the nether god's energy. His gaze swept thousands of miles and instantly saw the battle scene in front of him. Nether god! Yi Chen locked his gaze on the nether god and moved forward quickly. He wanted to know what the nether god was doing and why he did not fulfill his promise. As Yi Chen moved forward, he saw the nether god fighting a mysterious powerhouse. Both of them were using their abilities, but it was hard to tell who was the winner. This situation surprised Yi Chen. Who was the nether god? Someone could fight against him? In the astral maze formation, the nether god's power kept exploding. The surrounding space expanded rapidly, and countless stars exploded. The nether god finally understood that the person in front of him also used the nether god's power, and his foundation was strong beyond imagination. Ever since he fell asleep, his foundation was not as good as before. That was why the person in front of him could take advantage of him. However, the astral maze formation ahead contained the lonely sword spirit's secret. The nether god would not stop. Nether moon wail. After a long time, the nether god was enraged and used his ultimate ability. Endless resentful spirits rushed into the sky, carrying the power to destroy ghosts. It shook the world and filled the surroundings. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The ghost screamed with endless resentful energy. Nether moon wail. At this moment, the mysterious expert in the sky was actually using the same divine ability and the same power to attack the 9 heavens. Such a strange thing caused the nether serpent to turn pale with fright. Similarly, Yi Chen, who was watching from the outside, also felt an incomprehensible phenomenon. Ha ha ha! The nether god laughed as if he understood something, but also fell into a deeper level of confusion. Netherworld mirror, kill! The netherworld mirror reappeared in the void, and the boundless ghost energy was added once again. The powerful wails of ghosts and howls of wolves instantly swept through the entire space, forcefully suppressing the mysterious expert's divine ability. How about now? The god of the underworld waved an arm in a provocative manner, but the opponent was not moved at all. He activated the starry sky maze and covered up the ghost energy again. It's useless. I gave you a chance, but now you don't have a chance. The god of the underworld opened the eye of the fiend. Immediately, the 9 heavens were filled with the power of the god of the underworld, which turned into the image of the god of the underworld. Its sharp claws pressed down, and heaven and earth collapsed. Boom! Space shattered, and the universe ceased to exist. Ugh! Finally, under the strong suppression of the god of the underworld, the mysterious powerhouse could not hold on any longer, and his body exploded. After defeating its opponent, the nether god continued forward. Yi Chen carefully observed the nether god's divine ability as he constantly evolved and cultivated in the ancient god space. After all, the eye of the demon and the source of darkness gave him a natural affinity for the god of the underworld's mystiques. With the help of the ancient god space, cultivating it would be much easier. Go! The heavenly sword under his feet sped forward to keep up with the god of the underworld. Walking into the starry sky maze, the god of the underworld mirror reappeared and illuminated a path deep into the starry sky. The starry sky path before them seemed to have no end. The god of the underworld walked and observed, but ultimately did not find anything. Meanwhile, Yi Chen entered the starry sky maze and lost the god of the underworld's position. He could only find his own way forward. After walking for about an hour, he also found that the starry sky before him seemed to have no end. Even the path he came from had disappeared without a trace. Am I trapped? Yi Chen looked around. There was no end as far as the eye could see. It was difficult to obtain any information. God of the underworld. This time, he had come to find the god of the underworld. This situation was disadvantageous to him. After all, the Netherworld Battle Mansion could be in danger at any time in the outside world. Yi Chen roared, and his voice shook the land. He wanted to rely on the god of the underworld's divine power to sense the god of the underworld's position. However, his voice spread out like a clay ox entering the sea, not stirring up a single ripple. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Suddenly, Yi Chen seemed to see countless ghostly shadows appearing and then disappearing without a trace. Such a situation was clearly not natural. This was a man-made array formation. Ha, formation? I'll do as you wish. Yi Chen's eyes flashed. He tossed out the 8-gate divine disc and the Buddha Emperor's sacred tablet. Immediately, the 9 heavens Buddha light appeared. The power of the disc rotated and entire space entered the disc's range. The heavenly Tao may be infinite, but the light will last forever. The eye of heavenly Tao between Yi Chen's brows opened and released the light of heavenly Tao. Endless providence turned into rays of light and poured into the disc. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The disc continued to evolve. 64 trigrams opened a new world. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In Yi Chen's eyes, the world before him became clear. At a glance, there was a frozen mountain range in the distance. In the mountain range, endless god of the underworld swept through the world. A 3-headed hellhound spewed demonic flames. Yi Chen's mind exploded. What was going on? Was this related to the god of the underworld's obsession? After these encounters, Yi Chen felt that this place was inextricably linked to the god of the underworld. Was the ultimate goal of the god of the underworld's obsession within the frozen mountain range? Thinking of this, Yi Chen tossed out the dragon-taming spear. Thunder and lightning automatically opened a path for Yi Chen. Yi Chen stepped on a golden lotus and walked on this path. The space before him expanded rapidly, but Yi Chen still seemed endless. This predicament infuriated the heavenly emperor. Space-time fury. The fury appeared and the space-time laws instantly changed. The dragon-taming spear activated the thunder god Dharma form, and the space formation before him exploded. I'm coming. Yi Chen chuckled. Although the formation was exquisite, it could not stop the heavenly emperor. Passing through the limitations of space-time, Yi Chen finally arrived at the frozen mountain range. Nether Seal Mountain. The 3 large words entered his mind and automatically introduced the existence of the mountain range before him. At a glance, the mountain range stretched on endlessly as if it was millions of miles long. Endless god of the underworld revolved and continuously gathered at the core, which was the frozen land. Sensing the situation in the frozen land, the god of the underworld in Yi Chen's body was extremely restless. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In his meridians, the god of the underworld seemed to automatically rush out and inject into the core. This strange phenomenon surprised Yi Chen. How is this possible? Yi Chen revolved the darkness pool, trying to stop the loss of this power, but it only encouraged this strange effect. Peerless ancient god. Faced with this situation, Yi Chen was furious. Ancient god of the underworld came out to protect him and suppress the loss of the god of the underworld. Chapter 2297. The ancient god power was endless, slowing down the loss of the dark divine power. However, the situation before him still shocked Yi Chen. What kind of power could cause the dark divine power in his body to drain? With the ancient god's protection, Yi Chen advanced forcefully, wanting to uncover this secret. Suddenly, the astral formation rippled again as Yi Chen was advancing. It released a powerful shockwave that swept across the area. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of rapid explosions shook the heavens and earth. Following that, countless rocks appeared before Yi Chen's eyes, blocking his way. However, to Yi Chen, such obstacles were nothing. They were all insignificant tricks. Slash! With a thought, the immortal slaying flying dagger flew rapidly. Countless rays of light shattered the rocks before him. Following that, the golden lotus bloomed rapidly. Infinite power propped up a light screen, leading Yi Chen forward. In front of him, the frozen air gradually thickened. The powerful dark divine power stirred up the power in Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen felt that their dark divine power came from the same source. Dark God, what are you doing here? It seemed like this place was definitely the dark god's territory. However, Yi Chen recalled that the dark god had faced the mysterious powerhouse in the astral formation. It was obvious that the dark god was also obstructed when he wanted to enter this place. What was going on? His thoughts were complicated, and he could not make an accurate judgment. He could only see the truth behind the ice. Roar! A dragon roar sounded. Instantly, all the rocks in the surrounding space shattered, turning into dust and drifting away. When Yi Chen arrived at the frozen land, he saw clearly what kind of secret was hidden in the ice. It turned out to be a person. The moment he saw that person, Yi Chen was dazed. The familiarity shocked him. The person before him was like Su Yuhan, standing quietly in the ice. That cold aura was even stronger than Su Yuhan's, but the details of their expressions were similar. Was this a coincidence? Yi Chen would never believe that it was a coincidence. After all, Su Yuhan was the reincarnation of the Lord of the Underworld. She was deeply connected to the Underworld. After the Lord of the Underworld appeared, she followed Yi Chen to the spiritual realm and then entered the Underworld. This was strange in itself. If all of this was related to Su Yuhan, all the more Yi Chen had to investigate. Yi Chen walked forward and placed his hand on the ice, sealed gently. Immediately, nether divine power flowed toward the person inside the ice seal. This time, he did not use the ancient divine power to suppress it. Instead, he allowed the energy to flow into the ice. He wanted to use the confidence that the nether divine power would reflect back into the ice. Zzz. As the nether divine power flowed into the ice, as expected, Yi Chen seemed to be able to sense all sorts of information about the person inside the ice. He even saw that it was the god of the underworld who had frozen this person a long time ago. Who are you? Yi Chen released the eerie wave, hoping to get a response. Although this method was very risky and consumed a lot of energy, Yi Chen did not say anything and immediately activated it. He did not get any response from her many times of spiritual communication. However, Yi Chen would not give up because it concerned Su Yuhan. The origin of darkness appeared behind Yi Chen, and an even more powerful nether divine power was released. With such a vast amount of power being channeled into the ice, the person inside showed signs of awakening. Kacha, kacha, kacha! The surrounding ice slowly cracked. Yi Chen sensed an obvious psychic fluctuation. Zzz. He continued to release his psychic power, wanting to merge with the spiritual body inside the ice. Suddenly, Yi Chen felt an extremely strong psychic shock. He lifted his head abruptly and saw a pair of cold eyes that were as bright as stars staring at him. That feeling was very strange. Even with a super strong spiritual body like Yi Chen, he still felt a trace of uneasiness. It was obvious that the person before him had an extremely strong psychic power. Who are you? What's your relationship with Su Yuhan? Yi Chen asked through telepathy. There was still no response from the other party, but Yi Chen could feel that the psychic power he released was being absorbed by this person. Yi Chen released these things on purpose, hoping that the other party would wake up soon and answer his question. However, the woman's change was still very slow. It was unknown how many years she had been frozen. No wonder she was like this. Yi Chen unleashed his power once again. Powerful energy was infused into the ice seal, causing more cracks to appear in the surrounding ice seal. Following that, the woman's eyes shone with a strange light. After Yi Chen received it, a shadow instantly appeared in front of him. It was the woman. Facing such a phenomenon, Yi Chen dealt with it cautiously. After thousands of years of slumber, someone other than him has come here. The woman said, "The him you're talking about is the god of the underworld?" Yi Chen asked. You really do know about the god of the underworld. I saw many emotions in your anxious eyes earlier. You seem to be obsessed with me." Hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes narrowed and he asked, "What's your relationship with Su Yuhan?" Su Yuhan. Hearing the name, the woman was stunned for a moment. However, that was all. She did not react much. She said, "I don't know anything about Su Yuhan, but I have a favor to ask of you." "What is it?" "Remove this 1,000-year ice seal." "It's not difficult for me, but I want to ask you to go to Earth with me to meet someone. As long as you remove the ice seal, I'll definitely agree to it." "All right." Yi Chen nodded slightly and channeled all the ancient god power in his body into his 8 extraordinary meridians. Subsequently, he flew up and the dragon restraining spear appeared in his hand. Thunder God's form. 9 refinements, divine spear. He channeled the ancient god power into the dragon restraining spear. Immediately, the wind and clouds surged, thunder appeared, and the 9 heavens shook. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder rumbled continuously, and the spear pierced through everything. Just when Yi Chen was about to remove the ice seal with his spear, the space in the sky suddenly tore, and a person descended powerfully. No, there was a sudden cold shout, and the god of the underworld's palm struck down at Yi Chen. Yi Chen turned around coldly. Silver spear flowed out of his spear as he turned around and attacked the sky. Rumble. The palm and the spear created a thunderous sound in the sky. The powerful energy spread in all directions and shook the wilderness. Many mountains around them shattered. Countless glaciers cracked and mountains and seas flowed. Yi Chen looked up and saw that it was the god of the underworld. God of the underworld. He locked his cold eyes on the god of the underworld, and his deep voice revealed endless dissatisfaction. However, the god of the underworld landed and quickly arrived before the ice seal core, seemingly protecting the person inside. This action puzzled Yi Chen. Yi Chen wanted to release the woman inside. Why was he stopped by the god of the underworld? Did the god of the underworld not want her to be resurrected? "Yi Chen, don't move." "Ha! God of the underworld, you've forgotten your promise and still want to stop me. What a joke!" Chapter 2298. "Ha! Do I have to listen to you?" The god of the underworld sneered in response to Yi Chen's accusation. Yi Chen was furious. No matter who the person before him was, he would not talk to him like that. Moreover, the god of the underworld had promised to help Yi Chen fight the people from the demon martial world and the primordial immortal world. Yi Chen had even helped him eliminate many evil spirit forces in the underworld world. Naturally, Yi Chen would not accept the god of the underworld's actions. "Move!" Yi Chen shouted and took out the dragon-taming spear. The heavenly lightning shot through the sky. Its power was not inferior to the god of the underworld. "Yi Chen, calm down." "Calm down? Do I need to calm down? God of the underworld. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Young genius, you're famous in the world. Why would you be afraid of me? Then move. Since you don't want to help, don't cause trouble." The person in the ice was related to Su Yuhan. Yi Chen did not want to waste time and wanted to figure it out as soon as possible. Therefore, saving her was necessary. However, the god of the underworld shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Yi Chen, I've just recovered my memory. Do you know who this person is?" "I don't care who she is. I only know that this person is related to my wife. I want to save her and bring her to Earth." "Fool!" "What?" Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a cold gleam as he looked at the god of the underworld. However, the god of the underworld was unmoved. He continued to explain, "The seal on the Nether Seal Mountain was personally sealed by me thousands of years ago. However, I've lost these memories because I've been asleep for too long. Ever since I came out of closed-door cultivation, some images often appeared in my mind. They were related to the Nether Seal Mountain. That's why I accompanied you to the spirit realm and then the underworld. Now, I finally understand that the Nether Seal Mountain is the place that I really care about." Who is this person? Yi Chun went straight to the point. She's Su Yuhan's mother. What? Yi Chun was shocked. How could he believe Su Yuhan's mother? However, the person before him was indeed related to Su Yuhan? How did things turn out like this? The god of the underworld had expected Yi Chen's shock. God of the underworld, is Su Yuhan your son? Not bad. Her reply filled Yi Chen with mixed feelings. He did not expect things to turn out like this. However, why was Su Yuhan's mother frozen here? He really wanted to know the story behind it. After all, in his eyes, Su Yuhan was only related to the Netherlord. Now that she was suddenly related to the Nether God, he found it hard to accept. This is what happened. Several thousand years ago, I was ambushed by the Dark Buddha of the Six Paths. The god of the underworld's narration actually involved the grievances of thousands of years ago, and the woman in front of him was the god of the underworld's most beloved, Duguan. If that's the case, god of the underworld, I'm going to release Duguan and reunite with Yuhan. Step aside. No. Why? Yi Chen was confused. The god of the underworld shook his head and said in a low voice, "If you lift the seal in front of you, Duguwaner will definitely die." What? Yi Chen was shocked. Was this the reason why the Lord of the Underworld had stopped him? But why? It was Duguwan who had asked him to break the seal. Otherwise, he would not have acted so recklessly. She just doesn't want me to take any more risks. What do you mean? To revive Duguwan, I'll need a rank 6 spiritual vein and my secret technique. Rank 6 spiritual vein. Yi Chen was shocked. He had never heard of that before. The god of the underworld continued. The rank 6 spiritual vein is the most mysterious energy hub in the 6 realms. There's one in every cultivation level. Only the core essence of the rank 6 spiritual vein can be used. Back then, I challenged the world because of the 6 realms spiritual vein. In the end, I was ambushed by the Dark Buddha of the 6 Paths and was severely injured, causing me to hibernate for thousands of years. I see. With Yi Chen's intelligence, he had already understood the cause and effect of the matter. It was precisely because Duguwan did not want the god of the underworld to continue risking her life for her and endure thousands of years of pain. That was why she wanted Yi Chen to lift the seal. At the same time, it was a form of relief. Yi Chen put the dragon restraint spear away after learning that. Naturally, he would not continue attacking because this was Duguwan's suicide plan. Yi Chen, I've exhausted a lot of energy during my hibernation. Not only did the Dark Buddha of the 6 Paths injuries not heal, but they worsened instead. At that moment, the god of the underworld was exuding layers of dark energy. Yi Chen sensed it and realized that it contained extremely powerful hellfire power. The power suppressed the nether god power and even burned his primordial spirit continuously. There's not much time left. The god of the underworld said, Yi Chen, I can only trust you now. You want me to look for the rank 6 spiritual vein. Yi Chen was right. That was the god of the underworld's wish. That's right. I need to ensure the safety of the ice seal here. You're my only hope. As long as you bring back the rank 6 spiritual vein essence, Duguwan will be resurrected. Isn't that what you're doing to Su Yuhan? Yi Chen fell into deep thought. The god of the underworld's words made sense. He should do that for Su Yuhan. Moreover, unifying the 6 realms was his grand ambition. Yi Chen, I won't let you work for free. As long as you bring back the rank 6 spiritual vein, I'll teach you the Nether God's secret mirror. It's the essence of my cultivation base. It's a treasure to you. What do you think? All right, I'll promise you that. Yi Chen promised the god of the underworld and set off quickly to look for the rank 6 spiritual vein. After leaving the astral maze formation, Yi Chen returned to the underworld. The first thing he had to look for was the spiritual vein core. In the underworld temple, Yi Chen told the Patriarch of Hell and the other core members about the situation. In the end, The Patriarch of Hell and the rest guarded the underworld and informed Yi Qin of all kinds of information. Yi Qin acted on his own and looked for the spiritual vein. According to the map of the underworld given by the Patriarch of the Underworld, Yi Qin locked onto an unclaimed land in the underworld. According to the 8 Gates Divine Disc and the 7 Stars Lock, this place was where the spirit eye of the underworld was located. Although it was barren, Yi Qin went there alone. After 7 days of searching with the Divine Disc and the Demon Eye, he finally found a primordial peak. The Underworld Mountain is rumored to be the most mysterious and secretive place in the underworld. I'd like to see how many surprises it can bring me. Stepping into the Underworld Mountain, Yi Qin sensed a heavy and oppressive atmosphere. The environment here was clearly different from other places in the underworld. The Yin energy here was extremely heavy. If Yi Qin did not have the god of the underworld's foundation, he might not be able to move an inch here. A ghost forest appeared in front of him. As he walked into the forest, Yi Qin felt that his energy was greatly disturbed. The endless ghost forest hid unfathomable dangers. The surrounding space rustled and there were strange sounds. Under the dark sky, it was like entering a dark hell. It was suffocating. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gust of wind swept and the earth and rocks cracked. Countless black leaves fluttered down, sending chills down one's spine. Chapter 2299. Evil Spirit Abyss Origin Hall. Did you receive a new order? The 7th Origin asked. The 6th Origin frowned slightly and said, I received a message from the altar. Lady Nurong personally ordered us to take control of the 6 realms' spirit veins as soon as possible. Rank 6 spirit veins? That's right. The rank 6 spirit veins are the energy core of the 6 realms and the key to unifying the 6 realms. We will carry out Lady Nurong's order with our lives. In that case, let's begin. Summon all evil generals and scatter into the 6 realms to find the spirit veins. 7th brother, go to the underworld to find the spirit veins and investigate Yi Qin's situation. Yes. The 7th Origin nodded slightly and went to the underworld after gathering his troops. The 6th Origin looked around the entire spirit realm. Naturally, he was looking for the spirit veins in the spirit realm. The primordial immortal world and the demon martial world had formed an alliance and were preparing to enter the spirit realm. In the spirit realm, the abandoned true spirit hall was stirring again. Rumble. As the super space-time passageway opened, Ling Huang and the Darkness Emperor personally led an army. I didn't expect the cultivators of the spirit realm to be so weak. The Darkness Emperor sneered when he saw the current state of the true spirit hall. Our primordial immortal world's army has descended. This time, we must prosper the immortal Tao. Darkness Emperor, our greatest enemy in the spirit realm is the evil spirits. What are your plans? Ling Huang asked. The Darkness Emperor's eyes turned cold. The failure of the demon martial world had humiliated the demon martial world. This time, they must return to the spirit realm. Ling Huang, why don't we go to the evil spirit abyss? Are we going to take the evil spirits down a notch? That's right. Ha ha ha, great. The 2 almighties smiled at each other and flew toward the evil spirit abyss. The remaining demon martial world and primordial immortal world armies began to build fortifications to prevent the evil spirits from attacking. In the ghost woods in the underworld, Yi Qin was still looking for the path to the spirit vein. Yi Qin bowed slightly and supported himself with one hand. Then he released nether divine power from his 5 fingers. He wanted to communicate with the entire spirit vein to find clues. As the power from his 5 fingers seeped into the spirit vein, waves of nether divine power silently connected with the power in the spirit vein like little snakes. ZZZ. After about a quarter of an hour, all sorts of information began to flow back. The land within a 1,000-mile radius was completely under Yi Qin's control. In Yi Qin's mind, a vast, endless 1,000-blade mountain range appeared. This mountain range was like a coiling dragon, and those peaks were like the reverse scales of a dragon that stretched across the land. At the same time, strange auras were constantly being emitted. These auras could even be seen, like the hot breath of a giant, and the laws within them were strange and unfathomable. There is actually such a strange place in the netherworld. Yi Chen had never noticed this place before. He only sensed it when he was looking for the spiritual vein this time. Sword control art, rise. Yi Chen released the heavenly sword and stepped on the ground, heading toward the place where he had sensed it. The closer Yi Chen got to that place, the more he could feel the hidden bitterness, melancholy, majesty, and indescribable feeling. This feeling made Yi Chen feel as if he was in the same place. He was surrounded by Thousand Blade Peak. Hoo! Strange energy constantly seeped out from the Thousand Blade Peak. This energy turned into a tangible aura that floated between the peaks like a black fog. Strange lights constantly flashed within it, like a pair of cold and gloomy eyes looking at the invaders. Rumble! Suddenly, a rumbling sound reverberated from the peak. Many thousand blade peaks began to collapse. Rubble flew into the clouds, and 1,000 autumns crashed onto the shore, causing these strange auras to attack Yi Chen like a grand wave. Yi Chen's brows turned cold, and he struck out with his palm. Ninth Heaven, Thunder Palm. The sharp palm drew lightning, and the world shook. A grand palm print shot out and collided with the airwaves that swept over from the Thousand Blade Peak. ZZT, ZZT, ZZT. The power of lightning swept through the sky, suppressing the airwaves. However, the laws within the airwaves quickly began to transform. The power of the palm print was madly nibbled away by the airwaves. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen's palm print disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Yi Chen's Buddha's light blazed. The power of the seal shone out with Buddha's words. ZZT, ZZT, ZZT. The Buddha's Emperor's light was so powerful that it instantly suppressed the airwaves of death. From the depths of the airwaves came a decadent sound, like an old man's low moan, like the growl of a dying beast. It was impossible to hear what it was, but it was extremely oppressive. The uneasy aura did not stop because of the Buddha's light. Instead, it deepened. What a strange place, but it's piqued my interest. Yi Chen continued to venture deeper into the Thousand Blade Mountains to find out the truth. At the same time, a dark figure rushed in from the entrance to the underworld. Behind him were several powerful evil generals. It was the seventh origin. Ha! The underworld reminds me of the underworld realm. This aura is very familiar. The seventh origin's gaze swept through the world, and all sorts of underworld auras constantly reverberated in his mind. Split up and investigate immediately. Use the magic artifacts we prepared beforehand, and find the spirit vein as soon as possible. Understood? Yes, we understand. Dozens of powerful evil generals each led a small team and ran in different directions. The seventh origin narrowed his eyes and flew into the air. There seemed to be very little life in the underworld. He immediately locked onto the direction of the underworld temple, where Yi Chen's subordinates were stationed. However, his goal this time was not to break into the underworld temple, but to find the spirit vein. Yi Chen will settle our debts. His gaze turned cold, and his sharp teeth chattered as he tossed out an artifact. PSSSD, PSSSD. The artifact was shaped like a shield, and it was engraved with various evil spirit patterns. They were actually high-level inscriptions that allowed evil energy to automatically form a formation and activate the artifact, automatically searching for the source of energy between heaven and earth. Soon, the artifact reflected light back, forming a three-dimensional image in front of the seventh origin. It was an image of the land within a 1,000-mile radius. Many sources of energy were displayed, but they were all ordinary energy sources that were very different from a real spirit vein. Let's go. The seventh origin jumped onto the artifact and flew it into the depths of the underworld. After passing through the ghost forest, Yi-Chin arrived at the foot of the 1,000-Blade Mountains. As far as the eye could see, the entire mountain range was shrouded in a strange aura. This aura carried with it a boundless aura of death, even more despairing than the chi of hell. The low murmuring continued, as if warning the intruder to leave immediately or else die. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled and boulders rolled down from the 1,000-Blade Mountains, carrying with them endless sand and dust. The strange aura of death surged continuously, as if it wanted to devour all life in front of it. Chapter 2300. You're deliberately mystifying and blocking my path. Unforgivable. Faced with such a vast aura of death, Yi-Chin was enraged. The wrath of the Heavenly Emperor was enough to destroy the world. Buddha Emperor Tablet. Yi-Chin tossed out the tablet. Buddha's light shone brightly, purging the vengeful spirits. The tablet was unstoppable. Yi-Chin stepped onto the 1,000-edge mountain path and walked into the mountain. As he walked into the mountain, the surrounding space suddenly changed rapidly. Time seemed to have stopped. The evening glow disappeared without a trace, leaving only the gray moon hanging in the sky. Although the path before him was illuminated by Buddha's light, it was still dim and lifeless. Relying on the tablet's power, Yi-Chin pressed forward and went straight to the source of the aura of death. Another 100 steps, and you'll be crushed. Suddenly, a powerful and intimidating voice came from the depths of the thick fog ahead, stopping Yi-Chin. Who's deliberately mystifying? Come out. Yi-Chin shouted coldly. With a powerful force, he swept into the depths of the fog. Boom, boom, boom. The shocking explosion was caused by the power of the heavenly dragon's roar. In the depths of the fog, there are continuous explosions, and the aura tumbled. Damn it! With a furious roar, the fog continued to gather and formed the form of a spirit king. You're just a mortal. How dare you anger the spirit king? You're courting death. If you're really the spirit king, you should bow down before the heavenly emperor. What a joke. Die. The spirit king sneered and waved its claws. Boundless aura of death shrouded it, causing the surrounding 1,000-edge peak to rumble. Countless gravel turned into incomparably sharp blades and attacked Yi-Chin. Yi-Chin took a step forward and stomped on the ground, shaking thousands of miles. His entire body was covered in the black and gold knight demon armor. Clang, clang, clang. With a clang, the stone blades that could penetrate supreme-grade immortal weapons with ghostly aura of death attacked Yi-Chin's body, but did not cause any damage. It was like scratching an itch. This was the first time the Spirit King had seen such a scene. He was shocked. This is impossible. Who are you? Although it was formed by the dense mist of death, the expression on the Ghost King's face was very real. He looked at Yi-Chin with a look of horror and disbelief. His crushing stone blade looked simple, but it contained the ghostly aura of death. Even a supreme-grade immortal weapon would shatter, but Yi-Chin had completely blocked it. Are you wearing a heavenly soldier? The gatekeeper Ghost King asked. At least you have some eyesight. This Emperor's Knight demon battle armor has ascended many times and is still a high-level heavenly soldier. Damn it, a mere Xian immortal can actually wear a high-level heavenly weapon and not collapse. Who exactly are you? I've told you, Heavenly Emperor Yi-Chin. Boast. The Guardian Ghost King would not allow Yi-Chin to act so presumptuously. He waved his arms and summoned countless death energy to gather. He wanted to use the law of death to completely make Yi-Chin fall into a state of decay. Chi, chi, chi. As the ghostly energy wrapped around his body, Yi-Chin sensed that the night demon armor was beginning to be corroded by the ghostly energy. Although he was not afraid of the ghostly energy with the black gold glazes' powerful recovery ability, Yi-Fan did not want to waste time. Buddha Emperor whirled merciful hands. Boom, boom, boom. The Buddha Emperor's shadow appeared behind Yi Qin, and a grand hand seal reached out. The Buddha's great mercy released the souls of the dead. The Buddha Emperor's nomological laws were so high that they attracted the worship of thousands of saints. The sky was filled with starlight. It actually broke through the deathly fog and rushed downwards. It pierced through the gatekeeper, Ghost King's head. In an instant, the fog dissipated. With a scream, the Ghost King's body dissipated and his primordial spirit was released. After the gatekeeper, Ghost King, was released, the ground rumbled again. Then a grand ghost gate rose from the ground. 18 halls of the netherworld. There were 5 big words engraved on the ghost gate. It constantly emitted a strange light that could intimidate one's mind. However, Yi Qin could see through it at a glance. It was just a mind deterrence law and was not enough. 18 halls. Seeing this title, Yi Qin understood clearly. If he wanted to truly enter Thousand Blade Peak, the 18 halls before him were the biggest obstacles. Ignorant child, how dare you kill the gatekeeper Ghost King in the netherworld? What punishment do you deserve? At this moment, the voice of judgment came from within the ghost gate. The first hall's Ghost King had appeared. Yi Qin flew up and rushed into the ghost gate. He saw a Ghost King wearing a yellow robe and holding a deadly steel trident. He was glaring at Yi Qin with wide eyes. The Ghost King of the 18 halls is this kind of thing? Yi Qin asked with a cold smile. Arrogant child, death is a given. The Yaksha Ghost King was furious. He waved the steel trident in his hand like the wind. Suddenly, a ghost storm swept out in the surrounding space, quickly occupying the space, making it impossible for Yi Qin to dodge. However, he did not know that Yi Qin did not plan to dodge at all. It seems like the gatekeeper Ghost King's tragic state didn't teach you a lesson. In that case, I don't mind teaching another Ghost King a lesson. Merciful hand of salvation. The grand palm print descended again. The Yaksha Ghost King turned pale with fright. He continued to stir the death energy, and the storm grew larger, with the power to devour heaven and earth. However, before the Buddha Emperor's hand, it could not withstand a single blow and was instantly destroyed. Absorb! Yi Qin did not refuse. The sky serpent opened its mouth and absorbed all the ghost energy of death. The Buddha's subordinate, the Ghost King, was executed. Yi Qin forcefully broke through the first stage and walked into the second hall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he walked in, he saw endless flames in the blink of an eye. It was like a flaming mountain, burning everything. Those who walked in would even lose their sense of self. Yi Qin felt that his spirit was beginning to dissipate. It was not that his martial Tao was not strong enough, but the flames here contained a strange law that could decompose mind power. God-killing ghost fire, boundless hell. In the center of the flames, a person sat cross-legged on a ghost platform. His figure was like a Buddha, his ears drooped to his shoulders, and he looked like an angry Asura. There were 6 trains under his feet, constantly spewing tongues of fire, forcing people to become demons. I'm the God-killing Ghost King. Kneel and surrender. God-killing? Ha ha ha. Yi Qin laughed loudly. What was a god? Geniuses were the only ones. Geniuses were the strongest. Heavenly Emperor's order. Human sword revolution. With both feet on the ground, Yi Qin struck with his sword. The revolving sword chi swept through the world. Under the revolving sword chi, endless flames rushed toward the 9 heavens, making way for Yi Qin. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Yi Qin stepped on the ground and walked straight forward as if he was entering an uninhabited land. Ha ha ha, you're powerful indeed, but it's ridiculous to think that you can get past me like this. At this moment, the God-killing Ghost King's body shook, and 6 arms grew out of his back. Each arm grabbed a train. Immediately, the God-killing ghost fire was released without limit. There was a sea of fire in front of him, and Yi Chen's head was in extreme pain as if it was cracking. D***MN. Chapter 2301. Facing the endless release of the god-killing demonic flame, Yi Chen's dragon energy surged. Roar, roar, roar. The true dragon roared, and the dragon energy shield resisted the god-killing demonic flame. However, the demonic flame continued to affect Yi Chen's primordial spirit through the psyche effect. Reverse revolution. Yi Chen gathered all the dragon energy in his body and released the most unexpected move. Reverse revolution. All the dragon energy carried the demonic flame and attacked, countering the Ghost King God Slayer's demonic flame. Boom, boom, boom. Demonic flame against demonic flame. Under the 9 heavens, there were endless explosions. In the end, the impact of the demonic flame evolved into a demonic flame gale that swept through the entire space. Not only Yi Chen, but even the Ghost King God Slayer was affected. Seeing that Yi Chen did not care about his own safety and continued to release the reverse battle maneuver, it was because he had absolute confidence in his own body refinement. On the other hand, after the demonic flame ultimate technique failed, the Ghost King God Punisher fell into Yi Chen's crosshairs. You want to disturb my mind? I'll make you suffer heavenly punishment. Thunder Dragon. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Yi Chen called out, and the dragon-restrained spear flew out. The Thunder Dragon appeared. As the Heavenly Emperor commands, the Thunder Dragon held the dragon-restrained spear and floated high in the sky. He waved the spear, and in an instant, the gale of the entire god-killing demonic flame was under his control. It was filled with countless Thunder God avatars, and they all attacked the Ghost King God Slayer. The Ghost King God Slayer completely lost his confidence. He threw away his armor and tried to escape. Blocking this emperor's path, it's too late for you to escape now. The Buddha behind Yi Chen used the Buddha's hand again. It was like the sky was covered and the majestic pressure pressed down, instantly grabbing the Ghost King God Slayer. Then the heavenly snake roared, and the Ghost King God Slayer was swallowed by the heavenly snake, leaving no flesh or blood behind. With a final scream of terror, the Ghost King God Slayer's power disappeared. Withdraw! Then the Buddha's hand moved again, and all the Ghost King God trains were thrown into the heavenly furnace. After entering the 7th essence in the depths of the netherworld, he used his magical device to search for spirit loads. Eventually he found the Ghost Forest, which led to the 2nd passageway to the Ghost Gate of Hell. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Summon all the evil generals. Mima! 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 The 7th origin began to chant an incantation, unleashing its evil power. Soon, all of the wretch generals were affected by the summoning power and began to rush in the direction of the 7th origin. After passing through the 2nd palace, Yi Chen continued forward and instantly passed through the 3rd palace to the 6th palace, the 7th nether palace. Raising his head, he saw the 7th palace. Open the door! Yi Chen smirked and struck with his palm. It was a palm print that contained powerful, ghostly energy. The palm imprint was strengthened by the spiritual essence. With a single palm strike, it was as if 100 palms were bombarding the door. The door of the 7th hall couldn't defend at all. In an instant, countless cracks appeared on its surface. Then it exploded. Behind the door, netherworld energy flooded the place, and the air was thick with ghost energy. Within the thick fog, there seemed to be countless grains of sand surging like waves, unable to be avoided. Yi Chen launched a few more palm strikes, but they were like clay oxen entering the sea. There was no effect at all. Interesting. Yi Chen stepped into such a domain, wanting to experience it for himself. A sense of danger rushed into Yi Chen's head as soon as he stepped in. He stopped immediately, but it was too late. Wild laughter came from the hall. Following that, time and space were distorted. Yi Chen's feet were filled with quicksand. As soon as he stepped in, he couldn't escape. His entire body kept sinking downward. Oh, quicksand hell, is this your domain? Ha ha ha. Before this king, quicksand is your destiny. This is your end. The quicksand ghost king held a funnel-like, supersized magic tool in his hand. The world before him had completely turned into a quicksand hell. Here, no one could escape the control of the quicksand. This was the world of quicksand, and the quicksand ghost king was the only ruler. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless quicksand carried Yi Chen's figure downward. Yi Chen wanted to jump out of the cage by relying on the space law, but he immediately sensed that in this place the space had been absolutely distorted and was not under his control. Enter this king's flowing sand realm. The quicksand ghost king's figure transformed, and the image of a giant as large as a mountain appeared in front of Yi Chen. Following that, the giant waved his arm, and his arm suddenly turned into endless quicksand, falling from the sky and pressing heavily on top of Yi Chen's head. It was impossible to resist such a huge pressure in the quicksand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Chen's body sank rapidly, but there was still no point to hold on to. Rumble. With a strange sound, Yi Chen felt his vision go black, and he fell into a different space. Following that, a gust of wind blew past. Yi Chen felt his body heat up, and a strong sun appeared in the surrounding space. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Endless light shone, making Yi Chen's body feel like it was being roasted. This is... Looking around, Yi Chen saw quicksand everywhere. It was an endless desert land. The surrounding quicksand was like a python, constantly moving, and the only thing that remained unchanged was the ultra-high temperature in the quicksand. This high temperature constantly roasted the life inside until they died. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Endless blazing wind rushed toward Yi Chen's face, making his body instantly enter a state of dehydration, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Night Demon Battle Armor. Yi Chen released the Night Demon Battle Armor to resist the strong wind in front of him. However, the strong wind could not only melt a person's body, but it could also roast a person's spirit. This seemed to be a common phenomenon in the Nether Palace. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Night Demon Battle Armor constantly made a burning sound, and Yi Chen could feel the invasion of that ultra-high temperature through the battle armor. This is a little surprising. Is that so? There's more that will surprise you. At this time, above the desert, a huge sand dune kept moving forward, and then it evolved into an incomparably tall giant. It was the transformation of the quicksand ghost king. Thump, thump, thump. As soon as it appeared, the quicksand ghost king did not give Yi Chen any time to breathe, and he bombarded the ground below with countless punches. Following that, the places that were bombarded were like volcanic eruptions. The ground collapsed, the quicksand rolled, and there was no life left. Such a terrifying attack, coupled with the ultra-high temperature of the quicksand prison, made Yi Chen feel a little pressure for the first time. However, this pressure made Yi Chen smile. You're still smiling? You should kneel before me when you're about to die. Ha ha ha. Quicksand Ghost King, you've worked hard to create such a trial ground for me. I should thank you. Chapter 2302. Test? Boy, you're wrong. In my quicksand prison, there's only eternal death. There's no chance of a test. In the face of Yi Chen's calmness, the quicksand, ghostly king merely regarded it as a bluff. In such an environment, even if Yi Chen was a heavenly immortal, there was no possibility of him escaping. The only ending was death here. You're too hot-tempered. I'll cool you down first. What? Just as the quicksand ghost king was in shock, a grand black tortoise image appeared under Yi Chen's feet. Roar! The heavenly snake black tortoise appeared. Huge waves rolled around the black tortoise as the heavenly snake ingestion erupted at the quicksand ghost king. Inside the black tortoise, there seemed to be an endless ocean with monstrous, unstoppable torrents. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The waves turned into sea dragons and madly attacked the quicksand giant, causing his body to sink into the monstrous power of the waves. The quicksand giant's body began to dissipate, unable to reform at all. For the first time, the quicksand giant truly felt the horror of Yi Qin. Now, he could finally seriously think about how Yi Qin could break through the protection of 6 ghost kings in such a short time and come to him. Such an extraordinary person should not be underestimated by him. Instead, he should regard him as a real opponent. Quicksand sky. Endless waves raged, constantly nibbling away at the quicksand giant, making him extremely angry. The quicksand ghost king released his great divinity, causing the sky to be filled with quicksand. Countless ghostly energy turned into quicksand and fell down in a frenzy, swearing to fill the sea and create land, completely sealing off Yi Chen's monstrous waves. Come at me, with the black tortoise as the base, wind, thunder, rain. Yi Chen reappeared with the might of the 9 levels of Heaven Tao. Together with his thunder god avatar, stormy waves, clouds, and rain of the 9 heavens violently crashed into the quicksand world. Floodwaters filled the sky. It was a countermeasure against the quicksand ghost king's divinity. This is impossible. In the quicksand prison, he was the only master. How could someone trigger such monstrous waves here? This was absolutely illogical. The ghost king was terrified and angry. He waved his hand. Suddenly, huge palms continuously stretched out from the ground of the quicksand prison and kept grabbing at Yi Qin. Immortal slaying flying dagger. Yes, master. The immortal slaying flying saber flew out, and the saber beam instantly turned into infinite shadows. The vast saber beam rapidly shattered the giant quicksand hand in front of him. The quicksand ghostly king's great divinity had been broken. In the end, he used the highest temperature in the quicksand prison, hoping to completely crush Yi Chen with the barrier power of the quicksand prison. However, under the guidance of the black tortoise, the high temperature of the quicksand prison had long lost its effect under the towering waves. At this moment, Yi Chen was completely unscathed and would not be attacked by the high temperature at all. He rode the black tortoise and soared into the sky. Wind and thunder move, violent wind and torrential rain conceal the divine might. With the support of the 9 skandhas of the spiritual Buddha, the power of the tempest storm was increased by 100-fold. With its overwhelming power, the quicksand ghostly king's massive body finally could not hold on any longer and collapsed completely. Kacha! As his huge body turned into quicksand and scattered on the ground. The quicksand ghost king completely disappeared from this world. Master has already escaped. What can quicksand prison do? Heavenly dragon's music, break, roar. The 8-dragon Qi violently attacked. The illusion before him was like a world of glass. It shattered in the air, and Yi Chen returned to the main hall. Yi Chen, the quicksand ghost king, was right in front of him. His body was covered with a layer of yellow sand. His eyes were empty as if there was nothing in them. He was staring coldly at Yi Chen, but did not dare to act rashly. After all, the ability that Yi Chen had displayed in the quicksand prison was the ability that could restrain him. Quicksand Ghost King, now do you understand the gap between you and me? Why don't you bow down now? Yi Chen's domineering voice swept across and blasted into the quicksand Ghost King's ears. It was deafening, and his body shivered. The quicksand on his body was constantly collapsing and flowing away. Just a single voice had triggered such terrifying power. The quicksand Ghost King was terrified. He was still only at Yi Chen's strength and was not someone he could afford to offend. If it was not because of the contract with this place, he would never dare to go against such an expert. Yi Chen, I admit that you're very strong, but this is not a place for you. It's better that you leave. Ha, your persuasion is useless. Quicksand Ghost King, kneel before me. This is your only way out. You, the Quicksand Ghost King, gritted his teeth. He did not expect Yi Chen to make such a request. His legs were trembling and his eyes were constantly moving. Should he do such a thing? Clang! Finally, the quicksand ghost king compromised. He had been completely shocked by Yi Chen's black tortoise. The power of the black tortoise was the nemesis of his quicksand prison. If he continued to fight, he would only lose. He could only surrender. The great emperor above, the quicksand ghost king, kowtows. Please have mercy and spare my life. Ha 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 ha. Yi Chen laughed and looked at the quicksand ghost king. One of the 18 palaces' guardian underworld generals was also so weak. Withdraw your quicksand power. Yes, yes. The quicksand ghost king did not dare to act rashly. He could only show his quicksand law, and all of it was absorbed into the ancient god space by Yi Chen. After absorbing the quicksand law, Yi Chen moved his divine consciousness. Suddenly, a path automatically appeared on the quicksand in front of him. Yi Chen stepped on the black tortoise and quickly passed through the quicksand hall. Looking at Yi Chen walking away, the quicksand ghost king kept shaking his head. He had already felt the powerful nether divine power from Yi Chen and knew that Yi Chen was already the lord of the underworld. Therefore, there was no point in fighting against Yi Chen. Failure was failure. After passing through the quicksand prison, Yi Chen saw a desolate place. He frowned slightly and glanced around. The land within a radius of 10,000 miles was also desolate. It did not look like one of the 18 palaces of the netherworld at all. What happened? Yi Chen rode on the black tortoise to look at the surrounding scenery. What he saw was the scene left behind after the battle. Someone has been here. This was the only reasonable explanation. However, someone had come here and there was a great battle. It was very likely that the ghost king guarding this place had died in the hands of the person who rushed in. This made Yi Chen reconsider whether there was such a coincidence in this world or if there were others who already knew about the 6th-stage spirit vein. Naturally, they would not want to resurrect Duguan. They could only use the spirit vein to dominate the 6 realms. It's only interesting if there's an opponent. Since someone had broken into the 18 palaces, time became tight. He must not let the spirit realm of the underworld fall into the hands of others. This was not only related to Duguan Er's resurrection, but also related to Yi Chen's ambition to unify the 6 realms. Go, black tortoise! Roar! The black tortoise increased its speed and continued to charge. Soon it rushed through the 8th palace and then the 5th palace in one go. Yi Chen stopped in his tracks. He clearly felt an unusual surge of power. Just as he sensed it, his body suddenly lost its strength. Then, together with the black tortoise, he was dragged into another space. Chapter 2303. It changes every 7 days. After Yi Chen opened his eyes, he realized that he was already in the 13th hall. A blinding light blinded him, and the pain made him close his eyes immediately. Then he relied on his senses to obtain information. His divine power sensed that there were many golden mirrors around him, blinding him. Golden light hell. The 3 words automatically entered Yi Chen's mind. After sensing the surroundings, Yi Chen sensed a total of 18 golden mirrors, all of which were emitting corrosive light. Although he closed his eyes, the night demon armor could not hold on for long under the golden light. The only way was to break this formation, or he would die. Azura, heaven-shaking kill. He used his ultimate move and punched with his palm. Powerful divine power went straight for the golden mirrors. Zap, zap, zap. However, when these powers were hit by Yi Chen's divine power, they were useless. The divine power was even reflected by the mirrors and returned to Yi Chen. Yi Chen waved his hand. A dark vortex appeared, and his divine power returned. The light continued to shine. Although the night demon armor had ascended several times, it was still powerless against such terrifying power. Master, I can't hold on much longer. Don't worry, I'm thinking. Yes, The night demon armor fused with the regeneration power of the darkness pool and continued to repair itself, resisting the golden lights. Just as both sides were in a stalemate, Yi-Chen suddenly sensed a new life form in this space. This person was not a spirit king, but an immortal world cultivator. Someone from the primordial world? So what if I am? The person responded disdainfully, not bothering to hide it. Yi-Chen could sense that this person had opened his eyes, under the golden light mirror's illumination. This person was not afraid of the mirror's damage to his eyes. Golden light mirror, soul-devouring bone. Why don't we work together to break this formation? Yi-Chen asked with a smile. Don't think I don't know who you are. You're the heavenly emperor, Yi-Chen, that the primordial world fears. This time, I was ordered by Ling Huang to find the secrets of the underworld. I didn't expect to find such a secret place. Here, I can use a secret technique to maintain myself, but you can only die. When the time comes, I'll make a great contribution. Oh, what method do you have to resist the golden light mirror? It's the supreme grade immortal artifact, Mirror of Darkness. Mirror of Darkness? Yi-Chen did not expect the primordial immortal world to have such a treasure. Sensing this person's actions, it was clear that the Mirror of Darkness had a strong restraining effect on the golden light mirror. It could even absorb the golden light for its own use. It was not surprising that it could resist the golden light formation. Although you can resist the golden light, you won't be able to break the golden light array with your strength. You will eventually be trapped here. You're a smart person, so you should know this, right? So what? Ling Huang and the demon martial world are working together and have already descended into the spiritual realm. How long do you think the Netherworld Battle Mansion and the Netherworld can last? After you die, I'll send a message to Ling Huang to save me. How naive! Yi-Chen shook his head lightly. Subsequently, a spatial door with a strong wind suddenly appeared in the space. The Golden Light, Ghost King, had arrived. The Golden Light, Ghostly King, let out a maniacal laugh. Instantly, the entire Golden Light design changed again. All the Golden Light mirrors shone towards the primordial immortal empire experts. Although the Mirror of Darkness was absorbing the Golden Light, as the number of Golden Light mirrors increased, the Mirror of Darkness was obviously unable to withstand it. This, the primordial immortal empire powerhouse, revealed a look of fear. The Golden Light, Ghost King's strength was extraordinary. It was obvious that he could not resist it with his own strength. Once all the Golden Light mirrors attacked him, even with the Mirror of Darkness, he would still die here. He turned to look at Yi-Chen. At this moment, Yi-Chen was sitting cross-legged in the air, resting with his eyes closed. He did not care about the existence of the Golden Light mirrors at all. Such carefree behavior shocked the powerhouse. Indeed, hearing about Yi-Chen was not as good as seeing him in person. Yi-Chen's behavior shocked him greatly. Golden Light fusion, destroy. In a trance, the Golden Light, Ghost King, triggered the 9 Golden Light mirrors to shine at the same time. Instantly, heaven and earth dimmed and the stars sank. Golden light filled the sky with infinite power. The powerful Golden Light fusion shone over. The immortal world powerhouse could only use the Mirror of Darkness to forcefully resist it. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The moment the two forces collided, the Mirror of Darkness could not withstand the power of the Golden Light. The powerhouse's figure was directly sent flying, and the Mirror of Darkness fell from his hand. Yi-Chen's eyes and hands were sharp. With the star-plucking palm, the Mirror of Darkness instantly fell into his hand. You, the immortal world powerhouse, prostrated on the ground, blood dripping from his body. He glared at Yi-Chen with a look of anger. However, after receiving such a strong attack from the Golden Light, how could he still have the ability to take back the Mirror of Darkness? His life had come to an end. Die! The Golden Light, Ghost King, roared angrily. 6 beams of golden light attacked at the same time. The powerhouse could not resist it even if he channeled all the immortal force in his body and exploded on the spot. Blood exploded, and no bones were left. The golden light Ghost King looked at Yi Chan with a sneer, as if he wanted to intimidate Yi Chin. However, what he saw was that Yi Chan was observing and studying the mirror of darkness. He did not even look at the golden light Ghost King. How could the golden light Ghost King accept such a scene? How dare you? How dare you act so recklessly in front of me? Die! 6 beams of golden light attacked Yi Chen, but Yi Chen held the mirror of darkness in his hand. With the support of divine power, he blocked the attack in front of him. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The golden light bombarded the mirror of darkness, but it was reflected instantly. It did not cause any damage at all. The 6 reflected golden lights went straight for the Ghost King. What? The golden light Ghost King turned pale with fright. 6 beams of golden light were no small matter. Even if he was the master of golden light, he did not dare to be careless. Go! The golden light Ghost King activated the 6 beams of golden light again. The reflected golden lights collided with each other to resolve the crisis before him. He looked at Yi Chen coldly with 100 question marks in his mind. He said, "Brat, how can you use this lousy mirror to resist my 6 beams of golden light? That brat from before couldn't do it at all." Hearing such questions, Yi Chen said with a smile, "Ha! How did that person know the true power of the mirror of darkness? This is a heavenly treasure that only hides its brilliance. Once it's supported by divine power, its attributes will erupt, not to mention 6 beams of golden light. Even if there are 18 beams of golden light, I'm not afraid. D*MN. How could the golden light Ghost King let it go after being looked down upon by Yi Chen? The 18 beams of golden light appeared behind him at the same time. Immediately, the power in his body was fully exerted. The surrounding space began to melt under the 18 beams of golden light, falling into a hellish state. Even incomparably hard rocks would turn into charred powder. Yi Chen tossed the mirror of darkness. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The mirror of darkness floated under the 8 gates of judgment. The 8 gates of judgment opened at the same time, and divine power was infused into the mirror of darkness. Following that, a shocking change occurred. The mirror of darkness slowly approached the divine disk. Finally, the mirror of darkness merged with the divine disk. At the end of the dark light era, dark energy soared into the sky. Chapter 2304. Roar! Dragons roared and the sky changed color. Yi Chen activated the creation rule and merged the mirror of darkness into the 8 gates divine disk, evolving the 8 dragon demon vanquishing mirror. Golden light, Ghost King, I've created this mirror so that you'll never be able to catch up to me and understand how small you are. Yi Chen held the demon vanquishing mirror in his hand. The heavenly emperor's shadow appeared behind him, majestic and majestic. Brat, you're too full of yourself. The 18 golden light mirrors will destroy you. The 18 golden light mirrors behind the golden light Ghost King radiated at the same time, evolving the Ghost King's supreme power. The surrounding space could not withstand the power and collapsed instantly. Rumble. Kacha, kacha, kacha. As the entire space collapsed, the 13th Nether Palace instantly disappeared. Both of them stood in the air at the same time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Both of their mirrors were raised to their strongest power. The demon vanquishing mirror and the golden light mirror were fighting to the death. Yi Chen's eyes flickered with darkness. On the demon vanquishing mirror, various elemental energies were rapidly colliding and evolving. The power of the divine disharmonized, and the energy of the 8 dragons roared to the 9 heavens. Lightning struck, turning the world upside down and destroying all living beings. 8 demon vanquishing mirror. Dark dragon annihilation lightning. Roar. In the demon vanquishing mirror, 8 dragons danced and emerged from the 9 heavens. Dark energy soared into the sky as the god of the underworld descended, transforming into the most powerful destructive power and charging at the Golden Light Ghost King. At the same time, the Golden Light Ghost King's 18 golden light mirrors shone at the same time, transforming into the most powerful melting power, refining everything. Rumble! The sky shook and the 9 provinces moved. The destructive light caused the sun and moon to sink. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Endless lava and black gold flowed. Raging waves crashed against the shore. The void was like a sea of flames, boundless torrents filling the world. Yi Chen's entire body was covered in the night demon armor, black gold glazed, and 8 dragons' protection. Only the power of the 3 ultimate guardians could stop the damage from the impact. The Golden Light Ghost King was not as lucky. Fan. The last 2 words were uttered. His entire body was refined by the impact of the lava. Only then would there be nothing left. Sky-devouring mirror. Yi Chen used the firmament-devouring power again. The cores of the 18 golden mirrors would not go to waste and were all devoured by the demon vanquishing mirror. After absorbing the power of the 18 golden light mirrors, the demon vanquishing mirror power sword. Go. It was not advisable to stay in this land of destruction for long. With a wave of his hand, Yi Chen opened a space passage and jumped in. Following that, the entire space of the 13 palaces crumbled into nothingness. The might of such a grand battle had not only caused the 13 palaces to completely collapse, it had also affected the 14th palace, the 15th palace, and even the 16th palace. The space between the 3 halls was completely shattered by the explosion of the lava and the power of the universe. The ghost kings of the 3 halls appeared at the same time. He has the power of a human and broke through the space barrier of 3 halls. The 14th palace's blood snap, ghostly king, stood up and roared. The Golden Light Ghost King's aura has disappeared. Looks like there really is an expert invading. The 15th palace, Iron Tree Ghost King said. In the end, a person walked out from the darkness. He was 10 meters tall and had 2 horns on his head. His entire body was covered in black scales, and he had 6 arms and 8 legs. He was extremely terrifying. It was precisely the Ghost Bull King. 3 great Ghost Kings appeared at the same time. This was an unprecedented formation that no one could surpass. Ha ha ha! Now that the 14th, 15th, and 16th palaces have all collapsed, the 3 of us have appeared here and contributed to the success of one of the palaces. This is a rare occurrence. If the person who killed the Golden Light Ghost King enters this place, I really feel sorry for him. Looks like he doesn't dare to come. No. The Ghost Bull King crossed his arms over his chest. His eyes were bloodshot. Within the bloodshot light was a person riding on a golden-winged rock. The rock roared and the hurricane howled. Heavenly Emperor Yi Chen had barged into the tiger's den, the land of 3 kings. At this time, the tremors here also affected the second to last hall, the Poison Dragon Hall. Whoosh! In the dark palace, green poison suddenly exploded and spread everywhere, devouring the surrounding land. Oh, such a temper, vicious indeed. Suddenly a voice rang out. The Poison Dragon King opened his eyes slightly, and a figure was reflected in his green eyes. It was the 7th origin. Evil spirit. The Poison Dragon King rose to his feet, towering like a mountain as he spread his wings, towering over the 7th origin. However, the 7th origin chuckled coldly, not flustered in the slightest. He was now certain that Yi Chen was being held back by the 3rd Court Ghost King. All he had to do was defeat the Poison Dragon King, and then kill the final Ghost King, and he would be able to acquire the underworld spirit vein. To an evil spirit, that would be a great honor, and he would not fail. Puny Poison Dragon, how dare you act so presumptuously in front of the source of evil spirits? You'll die a horrible death. Pft. The Poison Dragon King spat out a mouthful of poison. It was as if heaven and earth were being attacked by a flood, terrifying and unstoppable. In the outside world, guarded by the three kings, someone actually dared to barge in. It was Heavenly Emperor Yi Chen. Ha ha ha, someone really came. Wonderful, wonderful. The Bloodbreak Ghost King roared. How many years had it been since someone had barged in? Who would have thought that someone would still come under the three kings' guard? This showed that this person was extremely confident in his own strength. Roar, roar, roar. The great golden-winged rock swept across 3,000 miles and landed. Yi Chen looked at the three kings below with a hint of interest. He did not expect the 8th-division Heavenly Dragon Demon Taming Mirror to be so powerful. It directly split the space between the three palaces and the three kings appearing at the same time. This was going to be a good show. Brat, kowtow 120 times and I might leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, my teeth will definitely crush your flesh and bones. Hee hee. The one walking in front was the Bloodbreak Ghost King. He was a ghost king with the head of a wolf and the body of a human. The corner of his mouth revealed the gleam of his sharp teeth. In his blood-red eyes, there was an incomparable desire for Yi Chen. Fresh blood was what he should taste. Do you know who I am? Yi Chen asked. No. Bloodbreak Ghost King replied. I'm the Dark Lord Hades, the master of the underworld. Why are you disobeying the Dark Lord Hades' orders? Oh, the Dark Lord Hades? Iron Tree King. Since when did the underworld have such a title? The Bloodbreak Ghost King asked the Iron Tree King. The Iron Tree King touched his head and shook his head slightly, indicating that he had never heard of it. A bunch of old farts. It looks like you've been squatting here for too long. You need me to loosen your bones. Yi Chen did not want to waste time, but the three kings before him, whether it was in terms of lineup or battle intent, it was obvious that they would not let him go. After all, guarding the spirit vein was too important. No one would listen to his orders. He, little fellow, are you very noisy? Then let this king pull out your tendons and peel off your skin. The Bloodbreak Ghost King let out a sinister laugh. Sharp claws appeared in his hands and aimed at Yi Chen. Since that's the case, I'll let you see the golden light, Ghost King's golden light mirror first. As he spoke, Yi Chen took out the demon taming mirror and shone it at the sky. Immediately, 6 golden light mirrors condensed in midair and aimed at the Bloodbreak Ghost King. End of this chapter. Chapter 2305. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the sky, the Bloodbreak Ghost King moved like a ghost. His figure moved without blinking. During these illusions, Yi Chen was unable to determine the location of his true body. There were even countless illusionary phantoms appearing along the way. These phantoms were all cast in the color of blood, which was the Blood Snap Ghost King's life force. Yi Chen felt as if he was surrounded by bloody shadows. This kind of qi had never happened before. In the face of such an urgent situation, Yi Chen remained calm. There was no East Palace in this world that could make him completely lose control. This was the Heavenly Emperor's will that had always accompanied him. He was besieged by the bloody shadows and lost the position of the Bloodbreak Ghostly King. Behind him was the Iron Tree Ghostly King and the Ghostly Bull King, who were staring at him with interest. They wanted to see what kind of itch would happen to him under such circumstances. After all, after being sealed for so many years, they could see an outsider break into the Ghost King Palace. This was a miracle. To them, this was a chance to prove that they still existed. They had stayed in this place for too long and had almost lost all sense of time, causing them to forget who they were. Now that someone had barged in, it made them understand that they were one of the protectors of the 18 palaces, and what they were protecting was the spirit veins of the underworld. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The ghostly shadows overlapped and the bloody light scattered. The Bloodbreak Ghost King's figure still did not appear but the bloody shadows could not hold back their ferocity. They exploded with terrifying, tearing power. They were like starving wolves and wild dogs. They did not care what was in front of them. Eating was their nature. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless bloody claws attacked Yi Qin. The density of these claws was enough to send shivers down one's spine. The only thing that could be seen was the glow of blood. It was unknown whether this was caused by the claws or the bloody shadows themselves. No one could tell how bizarre the attacks of these bloody shadows were. Even a heavenly immortal would not be able to dodge them. Ha ha ha. Cold laughter came from all directions. This was the voice of the blood-break Ghost King. However, the source of the voice was vague and unclear. It could not be traced back to him. The killing light was right in front of him. Countless bloody shadows surrounded Yi Qin and bit at him. 10,000 miles thunder! Just when the sharp claws were about to sweep Yi Chen's cheek, the dragon-taming spear suddenly appeared. 10,000 miles thunder, invincible universe. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The violent heavenly Tao divine lightning instantly swept away the filth in front of them. All the blood shadows seemed to have been electrocuted. Their screams were like the terrified cries of evil spirits from hell. Countless blood shadows were destroyed by the lightning and dissipated. You dare to be so arrogant in front of this emperor with such puny tricks? If the Annihilation Ghostly King doesn't show his true strength, he will die. What did you say? The Demon King of Annihilation appeared angrily. He was completely enraged by Yi Qin. As the guardian of the 14th palace, he was one of the most powerful ghost kings. How could he tolerate Yi Chen's mockery? Go. Without another word, Yi Qin attacked with the dragon restraining spear again. Thunder struck the Ghost King. Duan Ye panicked even more when he saw this. Life-severing destruction. The Annihilation Ghostly King waved his claws, and a pair of ghostly claw gloves appeared on his hands. Clang, clang, clang. The Ghost King of Annihilation kept waving his ghost-clawed gauntlet and unleashed countless crimson rays that bombarded the lightning, blocking the waves of lightning. However, when he looked up, Yi Qin was already 1,000 feet away. The Ghost King of Annihilation shuddered at Yi Qin's stealthy way of advancing. He was very confident in his speed, but the person before him seemed to be as fast as him. In fact, the person before him was faster than him. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Yi Qin's spear appeared in front of the Ghost King's forehead. Clang! The ghostly claw swung and blocked the spear's edge. However, such a dangerous situation actually happened. This made the Annihilation Ghostly King feel that his strength was suppressed. Kill! With a strong rebound, the Annihilation Ghostly King activated the supreme underworld energy, stirring up waves and stirring up the wind and clouds again. Boom, boom, boom. All the space before him exploded. Wuji! Ha ha ha, Yi Qin, are you dead? The Annihilation Ghostly King laughed wildly. He was very confident about the power of the attack. If the opponent was not prepared, he would definitely die. Suddenly, a cold figure appeared high in the sky, looking at him with disdain. You! The Annihilation Ghostly King knew that he was fooled. Yi Qin was not hurt at all. He turned around and flew up. Waving his ghostly claw, he charged at Yi Qin with the power that could tear a mountain apart. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, the two sides clashed for 100 times. Sparks flew, lightning flashed, and ghostly shadows appeared. Annihilation Tier. The Ghost King attacked furiously. Countless ghostly claws turned into life-reaping light and attacked Yi Qin in a frenzy, trying to tear Yi Qin's body apart. The space before him shattered rapidly. The hurricane raged, and thousands of mountains shattered. Night Demon Battle Armor. Yi Qin wore the Night Demon Battle Armor and held the dragon-clamping spear in his hand. Thunder rumbled all over his body as his divine power exploded. In the blink of an eye, countless ghostly claws attacked. Yi Qin waved his spear, and 8 dragon energy rushed out at the same time, blasting a way out. He flew up and waved his spear, condensing the power of 9 Thunder God and the Thunder Dragon Sovereign's own law light. He attacked, universe quake, rumble. The majestic power concentrated and broke through the bloody light of thousands of ghostly claws and rushed at the annihilation ghostly king. The ghost king turned pale with fright. All the ghostly claws retreated and guarded in front of the annihilation ghostly king. However, the power of Yi Chen's attack was too strong. It had a 9th stage astral core and was powerful. The majestic power was like the world was overturned, drowning the annihilation ghostly king. The ghost king trembled in shock. Its body could not resist, and it was directly knocked down from the sky. Such a scene shocked the 24 ghost kings behind. They thought that Yi Chen was no match for the annihilation ghostly king at all and would soon be defeated. However, it was the annihilation ghostly king who was knocked down. What was going on? D*MN. The Iron Tree King opened his eyes and punched. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fist gleam hit the air and turned into countless sword chi. Such a divine power was strange and unpredictable. Even Yi Chen was surprised. Dragon Energy Shield. Yi Chen quickly used the Dragon Energy Shield to protect himself. The majestic dragon energy formed a super protective formation 10 meters in front of him to resist the attack of thousands of sword chi. A figure rushed out of the mist. It was the Iron Tree King. His body was covered with reverse scales and barbs, all made of steel. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These reverse scales and barbs attacked automatically, all turning into sword chi. Such divine telekinesis controlled the sword with endless power. I can play with this. Facing the powerful Iron Tree King, Yi Chen only smiled slightly, thinking that he could have some fun. Chapter 2306. Kill. The Iron Tree King spun his body. All the steel spikes on his body stood up and turned into endless sword chi that charged at Yi Chen. The attack this time was more powerful than before. Cracks appeared on Yi Chen's dragon energy shield. Yi Chen, I'll make you pay for underestimating me. I'd like to see what kind of price you can make me pay. Yi Chen turned around and threw a punch. It charged at the Iron Tree King with the power of thunder. The latter frowned, and a heavy sword appeared in his hand. As the blade turned, Yi Chen felt an unprecedented, majestic sword chi. It resonated with the surroundings, and countless sword gleams gathered. Ha! I'll let you have a taste of my Iron Tree Sword of Judgment, the Iron Tree King yelled. The heavy sword had no edge. The universe was boundless, and the sword was unconventional. The heavy sword slashed down. Yi Chen felt the entire sky descending. It instantly crushed his lightning fist gleam and came at his face. There was a furious roar. 8 Dragons' voice rebounded, but Yi Chen did not move at all. He relied on the dragon energy rebounding to shatter the heavy sword chi. Such a powerful stance shocked the Iron Tree King. Naturally, he knew the power of this attack. It was enough to kill a heavenly immortal. However, Yi Chen relied on his dragon energy rebounding. How confident was he in his defense? It seems like I'll have to take you seriously. The Iron Tree King looked at Yi Chen again with a serious expression. You're still far from being acknowledged by me with such a sharp sword. Iron Tree King, I think you should get the person behind you to help you. Yi Chen glanced at the Ghost Bull King behind him. The moment their eyes met, waves of profound aura collided. Even the Iron Tree King could feel the collision of the aura. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart. It was lawless. The Iron Tree King, who was sandwiched between 2 powerhouses, instantly felt endless pressure. However, he could not leave. For the glory of the Ghost King bloodline and the determination to reclaim glory for the King of Annihilation, he had to hold on. Iron tree blossoms. Suddenly the Iron Tree King roared. The surrounding space instantly fell into the Iron Tree realm. He used the moment when Yi Qin and the Ghost Bull King relaxed to activate his territory. Chi, chi, chi. The Iron Tree barrier extended wildly. Taking advantage of the geographical advantage, it soon trapped Yi Qin within. Sword Qi surged in the surroundings as the Iron Tree grew endlessly. Each branch grew a new Sword Qi law to trap Yi Chen's movements. It was to trap Yi Chen inside Sister Tai Shu. Once Yi Chen's limbs were trapped, the advantage of the heavy sword would be revealed. This was the Iron Tree King's plan. What kind of person was Yi Chen? He could see through the Iron Tree King's scheme at a glance. However, his momentary distraction had given the Iron Tree King a chance. Yi Chen did not care because he needed this kind of trial. Iron Tree King, don't disappoint me in the Iron Tree Law realm. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen brat, I'll show you the true meaning of hell. Iron Tree Hell. Drawing upon the supreme might of the Dharma realm, the Iron Tree King released his own laws of sword energy and blood, causing the Dharma realm to ascend and evolve into the Iron Tree Hell world. Kacha, kacha, kacha! Countless iron trees burst out of the ground, shattering the massive rocks and breaking through many peaks. They were like living steel, constantly extending themselves, and the direction they extended was with Yi Qin as the center. Ah, of course, Yi Qin would not sit and wait for death. He brandished the spear in his hand, and a spear gleam swept out in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These spear gleams triggered a whirlwind of divine power, wanting to sweep through the area and break these iron trees. It was successful in the beginning. Many iron trees were broken by this whirlwind of divine power, but soon the iron trees bloomed and grew again. This was how an indestructible barrier worked. Ha ha ha! At this moment, the Ghost King of Annihilation laughed out loud. Yi Qin, you can break through my blood shadow Dharma realm, but you can't break through the Iron Tree King's Iron Tree Hell. Kneel and surrender now. How dare a loser talk nonsense? Go. Yi Qin looked to the side. Suddenly, a sword gleam shot out from between his brows. It was like a meteor chasing the moon. It was extremely fast and instantly interrupted the Ghost King of Annihilation. Ah! With that, the Ghost King of Annihilation felt his spirit scatter, and he was in extreme pain. It turned out that when the sword gleam entered his brain, it had instantly swept through his entire brain, causing him to fall into boundless madness. No, no. The Ghost King of Annihilation tried to regain his senses, but it was too late. Yi Chen's divine telekinesis manipulation sword had turned his mind upside down, causing him to completely lose control of himself. Ghost King of Annihilation. The Iron Tree King shouted, but the Ghost King of Annihilation did not respond. It was obvious that the Ghost King of Annihilation's origin energy had been severed by Yi Chen's sword, and he had fallen into a state of confusion. At this moment, the Ghost Bull King crossed his arms in front of his chest with a solemn expression. He did not expect Yi Chen to be so powerful that he, who originally had no intention of fighting, became interested. After all, if even the Iron Tree King failed, he could protect the final glory. Ghost Bull King, save the Ghost King of Annihilation. Ha! There's no need to save a piece of trash like him. You'd better kill this person quickly. Otherwise, both of you will be the sinners of the 18 palaces and will not be forgiven. You. The Iron Tree King looked at the Ghost Bull King coldly, but now was not the time to bicker with him. Only by defeating Yi Qin could he protect the 18 palaces' glory. Iron Tree Halberd. At the command, the boundless land grew wildly. Sword gleams whistled, and halberds appeared. Anyone within would die. Seeing countless sword mistresses growing from the iron tree below, Yi Chen suddenly tossed the holy monument. Buddha Emperor Holy Monument. The holy monument instantly transformed from a 3-inch object into a towering pagoda that was as large as a mountain. Suppress! Hiss, hiss, hiss! The holy monument was guided by Yi Chen's command and emitted a supreme Buddha light. It was the Buddha Emperor's law. The Buddha light was vast and mighty, shaking the world. The halberds that attacked Yi Chen earlier shattered when they came into contact with the Buddha light. Moreover, the holy monument's suppression was even more powerful. The iron tree Dharma realm was restrained. Impossible, seeing that his Dharma realm was restrained by the Buddha Emperor holy monument and could not be used, the Iron Tree King fell into despair. Trash! The Ghost Bull King cursed. He had no choice but to attack. Yi Chen turned around and stared at the Ghost Bull King. This person's strength was far above the Iron Tree King and the King of Annihilation. It would not be easy to defeat this person. Moreover, from Yi Chen's perspective, there were still 2 more palaces. It would be an even more tragic battle. He had to conserve his strength. Ghost Bull King, you finally attacked. This is also your last act of arrogance. Yi Chen, if I attack, it means your death. The Ghost Bull King's eyes flashed with blood-red light. Instantly, his 6 arms and 8 legs moved at the same time. The surrounding space rapidly changed. The space-time distortion caused by the 3 palaces' destruction gathered toward the Ghost Bull King and extended. Chapter 2307. The Holy Monument had been activated and the Iron Tree Dharma realm was completely suppressed by Yi Chen. The Ghost Bull King could not bear to watch any longer. He did not want to waste any more time here because he had already sensed the sounds of battle from the 17th palace. The intensity of the battle there was not inferior to this one at all. In fact, it might even be stronger. In the face of such a unique situation, he could not bear it any longer. Originally, the 18 palaces did not interact with each other. However, Yi Chen had caused too much of a commotion in the 13 palaces, breaking the spatial barrier. Now that the 3 kings had appeared in the same palace at the same time, they had broken the rules. Their ultimate mission was to guard the spirit vein. Now that so many people were interested in the spirit vein, the guardians no longer needed these decadent boundaries. Naturally, the Iron Tree King had also sensed the situation in the 17th palace. They had to quickly finish off Yi Chen and head to the 17th palace. You guys seem to be very anxious. Meanwhile, Yi Chen keenly noticed these flaws. With a single sentence, he provoked the Iron Tree King and the Ghost Bull King's intense fighting spirit. Yi Chen, you're too arrogant and condescending. You'll be consigned to eternal damnation. The Iron Tree King roared. Ha ha ha! Little human, you're so confident. I'm surprised, but everything is coming to an end. I'm going to clean up the mess. The Ghost Bull King sneered and waved his 6 arms. Immediately, 6 devil weapons appeared in his 6 hands. Go! He waved his hand forward, and a saber, a sword, and a gourd flew out at the same time, staring at the Buddha light, sacred steel. Yi Chen scanned the 3 demonic weapons in front of him and found that they were all supreme-grade immortal weapons. All 3 of them had locked onto the holy monument at the same time, causing the holy monument to feel immense pressure. Immortal Slaying Flying Saber, Heavenly Dharch Sword. Naturally, he would not let the other party have their way. The Immortal Slaying Flying Saber and the Heavenly Dharch Sword were unsheathed and suspended in midair, guarding the sage monument. Clang, clang, clang. Instantly, the 6 divine weapons clashed against each other. The scene was so grand that it didn't lose out to a battle of life and death between powerhouses. Such a scene was soul-stirring and crazy. Nice. Yi Chen realized that it was a good opportunity to train himself as he faced 2 kings at the same time. He chanted the Buddhist Emperor Confusion mantra, and the 9 heavenly Taos appeared. Z, Z, Z. Countless heavenly Tao and Buddhist chants persisted on the sage monument. The sage monument shone brightly and nourished the immortal slaying flying saber and the heavenly Dharch sword. Immediately, The two divine weapons' powers multiplied. Clang, clang, clang. In the clash of the divine weapons, the immortal slaying flying saber and the celestial dharch sword clearly had the upper hand. The Ghost Bull King's 3 devil weapons were restricted, which triggered the wrath of the Ghost King. He stretched out his 6 arms and released all 6 of his devil weapons. In an instant, ghostly wails and wolf howls resounded, and the sky darkened. This was the sign of an aura of death sweeping across. Ha! Profound sword, wandering dragon sword. Yi Chen was not to be outdone. 2 heavenly soldiers appeared again, giving him an even greater advantage. With the support of the holy tablet's Buddha light, the 4 heavenly soldiers suppressed the 6 demonic soldiers. ZZZ. The outcome of the battle between the divine weapons had been decided. Yi Chen had the upper hand as the Ghost Bull King's 6 demonic weapons had been defeated. Iron Tree King, go. All right. The Iron Tree King had been preparing for a long time. When he felt that the time was right, he swung his heavy sword once more. Edgeless heavy sword, sky-piercing slash. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, between the layers of clouds, the shadow of an extremely powerful heavy sword slashed down. The majestic sword gleam could surpass the limits of time and space. It arrived before Yi Chen in an instant. It was insufferably arrogant. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, you're dead. Seeing that Yi Chen was being restrained by the Ghost Bull King, the Iron Tree King used all his strength to slash down, vowing to kill him. Just as the majestic sword gleam was about to slash down on Yi Chen's head, a majestic figure appeared behind him. It was a 3-star ancient god. Clang! The ancient god stretched out his arms and put his palms together. He caught the white blade with his bare hands and controlled the descending sword gleam from the sky. What? The Iron Tree King was incomparably shocked. His ultimate heavy sword was blocked by Yi Chen. What exactly was this majestic figure before him? Why did it have such unshakable power? Before the ancient god, the Iron Tree King felt how insignificant he was, and how unfathomable the entire world was. Unparalleled ancient god, smelt! With a single thought, a majestic heavenly furnace appeared behind the ancient god. On his arms, molten lava from the heavenly furnace was drawn, constantly corroding the heavenly sword gleam from his arms. In the blink of an eye, the huge sword gleam was corroded by the heavenly furnace until nothing was left. Swish, swish, swish. The sword gleam disappeared and the crisis was resolved. The Iron Tree King was completely stunned. How could there be such a powerful person? He was only a mystic immortal. How could he be like a god? The Ghost Bull King sighed deeply. His body was also growing rapidly. In less than half an hour, the Ghost Bull King's body was as vast as a mountain as he charged toward the 3-star ancient god. Clang! The ancient god stretched out his arm to block the Ghost Bull King's attack. However, the Ghost Bull King's 6 arms attacked at the same time, making it impossible for the ancient god to dodge. Die, Yi Chen! The Ghost Bull King released countless fist gleams, wanting to crush Yi Chen. At this moment, sensing that Yi Chen was in danger, the heavenly snake, Black Tortoise, appeared again. Raging waves, Black Tortoise armor. Countless waves turned into the Black Tortoise armor, blocking in front of the ancient god, completely nullifying the Ghost Bull King's attack. D***MN. The Ghost Bull King cursed. He began to gather energy in his mouth, preparing to shoot the death ray nether energy wave. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Seeing that the huge basin-like mouth was about to unleash the ultimate destructive power, Yi Chen's brows were cold. He used the 3-star ancient god's ultimate ability. Die. The Ghost Bull King used the ultimate nether energy wave. The nether energy wave could not be stopped. It broke through all obstacles and reached Yi Chen. 3-star ancient god, 8 trigrams reversal. Just when the Ghost Bull King thought that Yi Chen was dead, Yi Chen used the 3-star ancient god's ultimate technique. The Death Ray Nether energy wave was multiplied and returned. Ah! The Ghost Bull King's eyes widened. He did not expect Yi Chen to have such a move. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Boom, boom, boom. Under the bombardment of the Nether energy wave, the Ghost Bull King's huge body collapsed. His entire body was bleeding, but he did not look. This was the consequence of going against Yi Chen. Seeing that even the Ghost Bull King had failed, the Iron Tree King was terrified. Should he continue to fight? Get out of my way, Yi Chen roared. The Iron Tree King knelt on the ground, not daring to move. As for the Ghost Bull King, because it was too heavily injured, it could not continue to stop Yi Chen. Riding the black tortoise, Yi Chen broke through the restraints of the 3 kings and walked toward the second to last palace. In the 17th palace, the battle was unusually tense. The 7th source released the source's mutated power, and the poisonous dragon Ghost King used the terrain advantage to forcefully block it. Boom, boom, boom. The power of both sides intersected and exploded, causing the peaks to collapse. The battle had reached a climax. Chapter 2308. Yi Chen steered the black tortoise through the spatial barrier and into the outskirts of the 17th palace. What he saw was a sea of poison churning and the sun and moon dimming. The space around him had been completely shattered by the 7th origin, and the Dragon King's venom domain had already spread out like an ocean. Although the 7th origin was strong, it could not break through. After all, the poison was too strong for it to enter. You people who want to obtain the spiritual vein, are destined to rot in my sea of venom. Sensing Yi Chen's approach, the Poison Dragon King unleashed its ultimate venom. PSSSD, PSSSD, PSSSD. Endless amounts of venom surged up from the ground, spraying in all directions. The venom fused with the venom domain, making anyone within it feel as if they were being stabbed in the back. Roar! Sensing the invasion of the powerful venom, the black tortoise roared and used the dragon energy shield and water shield to resist the venom. The 7th origin also sensed Yi Chen's presence and smirked. Celestial Emperor Yi Chen, we meet again. 7th origin. I didn't think that the evil spirits would want the spirit vein of the underworld. The spirit vein is birthed by heaven and earth. Anyone can have it. Letting it fall into the hands of the evil spirits is the greatest glory. The 7th origin was determined to get its hands on Zero. It had already sent a message through the mutated power of the evil spirit fountainhead. As soon as the 6th origin received the message, it would naturally take action. All he had to do was hold them off until reinforcements arrived. What he did not know was that the abyss of evil spirits was currently in dire straits. The arrival of the Darkness Emperor and Ling Huang had increased the pressure on the 6th origin. Invading the abyss of evil spirits is no different from seeking death. The magical martial world and the primordial immortal world will be destroyed. Although the 6th origin was facing 2 experts, its momentum was still formidable. As one of the upper middle powers of the origin, it had to hold its own against these 2 and show the other factions the might of the origin. PSSSD, PSSSD, PSSSD. As they spoke, the ground below them surged with dark energy. All sorts of dark tentacles rose up from the ground like mountain peaks and madly rushed toward the Darkness Emperor and Ling Huang. Paltry tricks, 6th origin. You're looking down on us a bit too much. The Darkness Monarch sneered. He raised his hand, and demonic energy surged into the sky, transforming into a massive demonic blade that slashed downwards. Instantly, the ground collapsed and the stars dimmed. The blade radiated brilliantly, and all the tentacles were instantly destroyed. But then the ground below split open, and countless fell energy warriors rushed out, rushing toward the 2 powerhouses. Ha ha ha! A rabble that's like an ant dares to act rashly? This time it was Ling Huang's turn. With a psionic finger, the heavens and earth shook. A beam of light swept across the battlefield, and the tens of thousands of fell warriors below turned into dust. You! The sixth Origin's eyes narrowed, and a vicious expression appeared on its face. The power of the source mutation! He activated the power of the source mutation, wanting to fight the two powerhouses head-on. Meanwhile, at Thousand Blade Peak in the underworld, Yichen entered the 13th palace and saw Toxic Dragon battling the 7th Origin. Neither side was willing to give way to the other, but when they saw Yichen, they both stopped fighting. After all, anyone who could make it this far was the strongest of the strongest. Poison Dragon King, do you still want to persist? Yichen asked. Oh, kid, you want to help this person? The Poison Dragon King asked with a cold smile, seemingly unperturbed by the current situation. My goal is to obtain the spiritual vein. Anyone who stops me from obtaining the spiritual vein is my enemy. Ha ha ha! Evil spirits wreak havoc in the world, harming the 6 realms. Kid, I see that you have nether divine power and have a deep relationship with the underworld. Why don't you work with me and get rid of this person? At this point, the 7th Origin's expression changed. He had learned from the Poison Dragon King that Yichen had such a relationship with the underworld. In that case, would Yichen really help the Poison Dragon King against him? Yichen had just gone on a killing spree in the abyss of evil spirits and was unstoppable. Now, if he joined forces with the Poison Dragon King, even the 7th Origin would find it difficult to resist. Thinking of this, the 7th Origin frowned, and his heart trembled. He quickly looked at Yichen and said, Ha! Don't listen to this person. Yichen, if you want to obtain the spirit vein, you must work with the source. You should know very well that this is only the 17th palace. The real test is in the 18th palace. Without the source's help, do you really think you can safely enter the 18th palace and obtain the spirit vein core? Hearing the Poison Dragon King and the 7th Origin's choices, Yichen smiled slightly and held his chin. Right now, the entire situation seemed to be under his control. Whoever he helped would have a higher chance of winning. That's right, 7th Origin. With this kind of power, I really don't know what kind of monster you'll face when you reach the 18th palace. Your suggestion is not bad. That's right. Let's kill the Poison Dragon King together, then charge into the 18th palace and seize the spirit vein. Yichen, the Poison Dragon King, was enraged. The Poison Dragon King swung its tail, and poison splashed 10 meters high. The 7th Origin waved its claws in response to such a large-scale poison attack. Instantly, the earth trembled and the weather changed. The dark energy drew upon the source's power, forming a dark energy mountain range that frantically blocked the poison. With such a counter, the Poison Dragon King's attack missed. Rushing ninth heaven, thunder palm. Yichen's palm shot out, and the power of lightning shot toward the Poison Dragon King. Yichen, you'll pay for your choice. I've said it before, no matter who stands in my way, they must die. Yichen's eyes shone with a murderous light. The vigorous power of lightning turned into destructive sword rays that shot toward the Poison Dragon King. At that moment, Thousand Edge Peak's array formation exploded. Countless stone swords fell off, forming a massive sword shape that shot downward. Boom, boom, boom. There was a shocking explosion. Yichen's rushing thunder palm instantly disappeared, unable to take another step forward. Yichen looked up at the sky and realized that they had entered Thousand Edge Peak's encirclement. They were surrounded by mountains, and within these mountains there was a powerful and strange energy. This energy was filled with demonic energy, underworld energy, and even some unknown energy. The energy fluctuations seemed to be telling everyone that there was a hidden power within Thousand Edge Peak. Ha ha ha! You can't bear the wrath of Thousand Edge Peak. At that moment, The poison dragon king laughed loudly, as if the jiahui he had been waiting for had arrived. Yi Chen and the seventh origin became vigilant at the same time. Thousand Edge Peak was very strange to begin with, and the various energies contained within it had come from. Both of them had wanted to investigate before, but before the strange energy of Thousand Edge Peak, all methods of investigation had been blocked. It would not be easy to get the real answer. No matter what kind of powerful energy it contains, I must obtain the underworld spirit vein today. Yi Chen took a step forward, and his powerful divine power swept out. He actually cleared a path in the Poison Dragon King's poison domain. Chapter 2309. In the dark spirit abyss, the sixth origin battled Ling Huang and the Darkness Emperor. Despite all of their schemes, they were still at a disadvantage. Sixth origin, where are the other origins? The Darkness Emperor asked coldly. Ha ha ha, no comment. The sixth origin roared with laughter, still fearless. If you don't tell me, I'll completely destroy the dark spirit abyss so that the evil spirits won't be able to descend. Ling Huang pointed his hand at the center of the dark spirit abyss, where the altar was. If it was destroyed, then the evil spirit's plan would be in vain. Under such circumstances, the sixth origin made up its mind and said, You still don't know, do you? What? Ling Huang asked. According to the seventh origin, Yi Chen is looking for the underworld spirit vein and is about to succeed. The underworld spirit vein. Ling Huang and the Darkness Emperor were shocked. As old combatants of this level, they naturally knew about the legend of the spirit vein. According to the legend, whoever obtained the six realms spirit vein could rule the six realms and become the sole ruler. Therefore, this was a very important confidence for them. Naturally, they did not dare to be careless. The Darkness Emperor stepped forward and asked, So the seventh origin has gone to the underworld? That's right. If you want to rise, hurry to the underworld and get a piece of the pie. Ling Huang and the Darkness Emperor exchanged a glance. If they fought to the death with the sixth origin, although they could kill him, they would have to pay a terrible price. It was better to hurry to the underworld and find the core of the spirit vein to accomplish their great cause. Sixth origin, you betrayed your own brother. You're really something. Ha 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 ha, sixth origin, we'll take our leave now. With that, Ling Huang and the Darkness Emperor flew up and disappeared without a trace. Execute the evil spirits planned immediately. After Ling Huang and the Darkness Emperor left, the sixth origin looked coldly at the combatants behind it and shouted angrily. Yes, the combatants were still shocked by the sixth origin's betrayal, but once they heard the order, they had to obey. This was what the evil spirits had engraved in their genes. After that, the sixth origin quickly returned to its palace and closed its eyes to rest, waiting to execute the spell. After leaving the abyss of evil spirits, Ling Huang and the Darkness Emperor returned to their own territories. They led the powerhouses to make preparations and set off for the underworld together. At the entrance to the underworld, two majestic fleets descended. They were the armies of the demon Martial Empire and the primordial Immortal Empire. Inside the netherworld, Patriarch Yellowspring and the others received the news through the defensive formation. Old Ancestor Netherworld. It's the army of the demon Martial Empire and the primordial Immortal Empire. Why would they appear outside the netherworld at the same time? Old Ancestor Netherworld asked in confusion. Looks like these two clans have really joined forces. This is bad. The Patriarch of Hell's brows twitched as his eyes focused. He was worried about Yi Chen. What should we do? An expert asked. Before the Dharch left, he said that we must not act rashly. We must protect the last spiritual land of the netherworld and cultivate the Buddha Emperor's mantra. Yes. Now that Yi Chen had left, the Patriarch of Hell was the most powerful person here. Everyone obeyed his orders. In the distant sky, the rumbling sounds of explosions rang out continuously. It was Liang Dajuan who had activated the charging beam and destroyed the underworld's array formation. Boom! The two fleets entered the netherworld in a grandiose manner and headed toward Thousand Blade Peak. Inside Thousand Blade Peak, on the 17th palace, the Poison Dragon King was confident. The surrounding Thousand Blade Peak was in a frenzy. Countless strange energies drifted toward them, causing Yi Qin and the Seventh Origin to sink into a tense atmosphere. Yi Chen looked coldly at Thousand Blade Peak. Countless dark energies drifted in the air. He could sense an extremely powerful mixed energy. Who was ruling over Thousand Blade Peak? The answer to this question was very complicated, but now he had to get past the Poison Dragon King. Seventh Origin, do it! Let's do it together! Kill! Yi Chen's eyes turned cold as he unleashed his sword force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, endless sword force swept across the entire area. The Poison Dragon King could not do anything as he was suppressed by Yi Qin. Using this opportunity, Yi Chen and the Seventh Origin arrived above the poison domain and looked down from above. Ninth Heaven Thunderpalm, Azura Heaven-Shaking Slash. Yi Qin unleashed another palm seal, all of which were life-taking abilities, and went straight for the Poison Dragon King. At the same time, the Seventh Origin unleashed its mutated power. Countless evil horns appeared all over its body and grew endlessly. These evil horns grew endlessly until they turned into sharp blades that stabbed toward the Poison Dragon King. Soon, they arrived in front of the Poison Dragon King. Kakik! The Poison Dragon King did not panic at all in the face of two great murderous intents. It must have something to rely on. Thousand Blade Peak, demonic energy. The Poison Dragon King opened its giant mouth and madly absorbed the strange energy flowing from Thousand Blade Peak. After absorbing this energy, its power increased 100-fold, and its strength could not be contained. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the entire gambling domain exploded again, causing all the surrounding energy to surge toward the core of the poison. Using the demonic energy, the Poison Dragon King launched a powerful counterattack. Poison Rush, go! The Poison Dragon King opened its giant mouth and madly spewed at the two people in the sky. Countless green poisonous lights bombarded the sky, the attack frequency increasing, making it impossible for the two people to dodge. How can this person's strength improve so much? The Seventh Origin asked in confusion. Yi Chen looked coldly at Thousand Blade Peak. The Poison Dragon King's great increase in strength was obviously related to Thousand Blade Peak. But what was the specific relationship? At this moment, there was no time to think too much. Yi Chen took out a divine artifact. It was the Immortal Drift Bottle. Pengu Immortal Drift Bottle. High up in the sky, Yi Chen held the Immortal Drift Bottle and released its power. Instantly, the endless poison was absorbed by the Immortal Drift Bottle. The boundless, ocean-like poison domain was completely absorbed by the Immortal Drift Bottle without any resistance. What? The Poison Dragon King had painstakingly obtained the power of demonic energy and the support of Thousand Blade Peak. Now it was all for naught. How could he tolerate this? Poison Underworld Path. With a sudden cold shout, the Poison Dragon King activated the ultimate venom law. All the poison sacs in his body opened up, like an endless poison gas generator, madly releasing poison gas into the surrounding environment. He swore to shatter the Immortal Drift Bottle and crush Yi Chen and the Seventh Origin. It's just for me to make materials. Up in the sky, Yi Chen smiled coldly. He was not afraid at all. The Immortal Drift Bottle was like an endless universe. No matter how much poison gas or poison there was, it would all be absorbed. The Poison Dragon King panted, his body exhausted, but it still had no effect. Pft. The Poison Dragon King spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to release poison gas again. Chapter 2310. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect you to defeat the Poison Dragon King. Thank you for your help. Just as the Poison Dragon King was unable to get up, the seventh origin flew toward the 18th palace, trying to snatch the spirit vein core. Yi Qin did not rush to chase after it. Instead, he watched the 17th palace from the sidelines. After the battle in the 17th palace, Yi Qin realized that the most mysterious thing about the 18 nether temples was the strange energy in Thousand Blade Peak. It could easily raise the Poison Dragon King's power to such a level. If there really was a powerhouse in Thousand Blade Peak, it was not on the same level as the Poison Dragon King. At the back of the 17th palace, the door opened. The strange energy was still spreading. The seventh origin rushed in, but saw nothing. There was no physical body. What's going on? He thought he could see the spirit vein, but he was wrong. Not only did he not see the spirit vein, but the way back had disappeared. Outside, Yi Qin saw that the seventh origin had stopped, not knowing what it was doing. Seeing that the seventh origin was frozen like a wooden chicken, Yi Qin realized that this was not normal. He might have fallen into some kind of mind control. At the same time, the spirit kings of the 14th, 15th, and 16th palaces also arrived. Although they had been seriously injured by Yi Qin, they still had basic combat strength. Ha ha ha, you're all finished. The Ghost Bull King shouted at Yi Qin. The seventh origin had disappeared into the dark energy. At the same time, the entire space was shaking. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. But now, two magnificent warships appeared in the sky. It was the Darkness Emperor and Ling Huang. The two stood in front of their respective warships, looking down coldly at the powerhouses, as if they were judges high above. Ha 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 ha, it's just as the sixth origin said, Yi Qin. The Darkness Emperor locked his cold eyes on Yi Qin and laughed. Yi Qin looked up at the sky. The matter of the spirit vein could not be concealed. The seventh origin must have notified the sixth origin, but he had been betrayed. The appearance of the Darkness Emperor and Ling Huang made the situation even more chaotic. Sensing the immortal and demonic energy, Yi Qin knew that they were from the demon martial world and the primordial immortal world. The demon martial world and the primordial immortal world had invaded the spirit realm many times. This time, these two were far stronger than the others. They were the masters of the two worlds. Yi Qin, do you recognize me? The Darkness Emperor asked. Who? How disdainful. Do you really think that you're invincible just because you defeated Explosive Demon Monarch? I am the leader of the Devil Martial World. This time, the Netherworld Spirit Vein is mine. Demon Martial World. A disdainful smile appeared on Yi Qin's face. There were too many people who wanted the spirit vein. It did not matter if one more person from the demon martial world appeared. Ling Huang also locked onto Yi Qin at the same time. Several perfected masters had come to the spirit realm and were killed. He would also blame this on Yi Qin. Boom! Just as the experts were plotting against each other, a ripple appeared in the sky once again. Countless strange auras spread out, causing the entire space of the 18 nether halls to tremble. As for the Ghost Bull King and the others, they all had crazed smiles on their faces. It was as if the person they worshipped the most was about to appear. Ha ha ha! You're all going to die here. The hell of Avicii has revealed itself. You're all going to die. Devil breath, Chakravarti King, ha ha ha. Before the demonic breath, everything shall perish. The 14th, 15th, and 16th Ghost Kings bowed to welcome the Chakravarti King. High up in the sky, countless strange auras condensed into a huge figure. A huge will spun continuously behind it. Its entire body emanated boundless, ghostly energy. It was like a primordial giant looking down on all the combatants. Ling Huang and the Darkness Emperor were still not in the mood to target Yi Qin because they could feel the immense pressure coming from the sky. This pressure could completely affect their martial heart. This meant that the existence in the 1,000-blade peak with the demonic breath was unfathomably powerful, even suppressing them. The Darkness Emperor and Ling Huang exchanged a glance and then revealed solemn expressions. Among the armies of the demon martial world and the primordial immortal world, many warriors were suppressed by the devil breath Chakravarti King's powerful psyche. They all revealed expressions of terror and even collapsed to the ground. The seventh origin that had entered the 18 palaces had disappeared without a trace. No one knew if it was dead or alive. The immense power of the wheel caused the warships of the demon martial world and the primordial immortal world to sink and fall. Rumble. Finally, the 2 warships fell from the sky. It was a grand scene. The Chakravarti King's eyes were also wheels, constantly spinning. Countless runes were spinning in them, constantly releasing strange auras. The great Tao of the wheel kneel for eternity. The majestic voice descended forcefully, suppressing the auras of the powerhouses. Its might was unstoppable. The power of the entire 1,000-blade peak enveloped the Chakravarti King's body, circulating, making his figure even more majestic, like a god. When the powerhouses saw this, they felt a little better about Yi Qin. The Chakravarti King was definitely too powerful. If they wanted to fight him, they would have to join forces. Ha ha ha, all of you die. The Poison Dragon King and the other Ghost Kings laughed maniacally. They could finally see the Chakravarti King avenge them. The countless peaks of the 1,000-blade peak released their own power. This power was formed by the countless powerhouses who had died here. It was instilled into the wheels on the back of the Chakravarti King. The powerhouses felt as if they had fallen into the Avicii hell. Yi Qin stepped on the black tortoise, his body glowing with Buddhist light, resisting the energy of the wheel. However, this Buddhist light immediately attracted the attention of the Chakravarti King. 6 paths revolving die. The Chakravarti King threw several wheels at Yi Qin. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The dragon-taming spear came out to protect its master. The power of the heavenly path, thunder, swept across the wheels. Boom, boom, boom. The wheels shattered one after another, unable to resist the divine dragon taming thunder. Ling Huang and the Darkness Emperor were watching the show. If Yi Qin died at the hands of the Chakravarti King, the latter would be able to exhaust the latter. Ling Huang, we have to form the formation immediately. This monster is too powerful. Understood. Ling Huang and the Darkness Emperor joined forces and began to form the formation. High up in the sky, Yi Qin looked at the Chakravarti King coldly. Countless ghostly energy surrounded the Chakravarti King. Then the 1,000-blade peak floated and turned into sharp mountain swords, aiming at Yi Qin. 1,000-blade array. The Chakravarti King roared. The 1,000-blade peak turned into a sword array and flew out. Swish, swish, swish. The countless peaks were unstoppable, crushing toward Yi Qin. Dragon Fang Fist. 100 dragons split the sky. Yi Qin mobilized the dragon energy in his body and turned it into 100 dragon fist gleam, counterattacking. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000-blade array and the 100 dragon fist gleam crashed into each other. The sky was filled with chaos. It was impossible to see what was happening. Dust scattered. Yi Qin stood on the black tortoise, aiming the lightning spear at the Chakravarti King. Thunder Dragon Sovereign. 9 refinements, divine spear. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Endless power of thunder and lightning gathered. At the same time, the heavenly furnace released its smelting power, increasing the energy density of the thunder and lightning by 100 times. Chapter 23:11. Yi Qin was actually able to stand up to the Chakravarti King. Such a feat shocked Ling Huang. The Darkness Emperor and the other combatants all wore solemn expressions. The current situation was complicated and difficult to predict. They could only adapt to the situation. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Above the 9 heavens, the Chakra King was surrounded by 9 divine thunders. With the support of the furnace of heaven and earth, even the Chakra King, who was as majestic as a mountain, was momentarily entangled. While he was catching his breath, Yi Chun scanned the area coldly, searching for the location of the spirit vein. This time his only goal was the spirit vein. He would save everything else if he could. Therefore, Yi Chen was not determined to kill the Chakra King. Demon's Eye. Yi Chen activated the eye of the underworld deity's demon eye and searched for the location of the spirit vein through the power of the same origin. All sorts of information flowed into Yi Chen's mind. As expected, there were countless strange energies around the Chakra King, blocking Yi Chen's vision. He could not see where the spirit vein core was. Time was of the essence, and Yi Chen did not hesitate. He flew out and searched on his own. Keep an eye on him. Ling Huang signaled, and the primordial immortal Chong Su from the primordial immortal world flew out and stared at Yi Chen. One of the devil martial world's devil generals received the sovereign emperor's order at the same time and executed a similar operation. Yi Chen did not care about the demon martial world and the primordial immortal world's pursuit at all. These small fries were nothing to him. The only thing he needed to pay attention to now was the demonic breath Chakravarti King. The 9 thunder gods were still fighting the Chakravarti King. This was Yi Chen's chance. Yi Chen continued to fly and passed through countless peaks. The ghostly energy in Thousand Blade Peak was getting thicker, and the powerful energy of the Chakravarti King seeped out. This energy had even sensed Yi Chen's presence and began to take form. Squeak, squeak, squeak! Their auras condensed and took form as they went after Yi Chen. Kill, kill, kill! All kinds of murderous sounds could be heard everywhere, and the ghostly aura was dense. Immortal slaying flying saber. Yes, master. The immortal slaying flying saber rushed out of the ancient god space and charged into the group of little ghosts that had taken form, killing them in a frenzy. Meanwhile, more and more imps were taking form in front of him. Moreover, these imps were clearly more powerful than the previous ones. However, Yi Chun was overjoyed. This meant that he was heading in the right direction. He was heading toward the energy core. Roar! As expected, a very powerful great demon had appeared up ahead. The aura of these demonic humans was clearly 1 order of magnitude stronger compared to the imps they encountered earlier. Clearly, they possessed the strength of heavenly immortals. Kill, kill, kill! These great demons, killing intent, grew stronger. They unleashed their mystical abilities and secret techniques to target Yi Chen. Everything in front of him was overwhelming. Netherworld energy, ghostly energy, and demonic energy surged into the sky, limitless. Heavenly Dharch sword, heaven and earth standing. In front of his goal, no one could stop him. This was the dignity and confidence of a celestial emperor. The celestial Dharch sword was unsheathed, and the entire path ahead was slashed open. Even though a group of great demons appeared, they were still unable to resist the slash of the celestial Dharch sword. Boom! A powerful sword might filled the 9 heavens, and a pillar of light shot out in all directions. All the great devils were sent flying. In front of the absolute power of the heavenly sword, even if they had the strength of heaven immortals, they would still be defeated. Like a meteor, Yi Chen flew past in a dazzling manner, heading straight for the energy core. Z. The demonic ray swept across a radius of 1,000 miles, instantly triggering boundless energy reflection, allowing Yi Chen to locate the final energy core. It was under an abyss of the demon breath, Thousand Blade Peak. Descend! Yi Chen stomped hard, and the land within a radius of 100 miles collapsed. His figure followed the collapse and fell into the abyss. The primordial immortal world and devil martial world combatants, following Yi Chen, could not keep up with his pace. They only saw him falling into the abyss and sent messages to Ling Huang and the Darkness Emperor. The two of them received the message and flew toward Yi Chen's direction, leaving behind 2 warships to cooperate with the 9 thunder gods to stop the demon breath chakra king's majestic figure. ZZZ. On the warships, demonic energy and immortal energy blasts were constantly fired, trying to delay the chakra king as much as possible so that he could not stop the others from finding the spirit vein core. Below, the ghost bull king, the poison dragon king, and the other combatants attacked. Kill! The armies of the primordial immortal world and devil martial world also rushed toward them and fought. The abyss ahead was greatly stimulated by the demonic eye. The spirit vein core emitted heaven-reaching dark energy that shot up to the sky. Yi Chen was going to face this powerful blasts and go down. One could imagine the difficulty that he had to overcome. Dragon Fong Fist, 1,000 dragons, shaking the mountains. Roar! Yi Chen unleashed the second form of the Dragon Fong Fist, the might of 1,000 dragons. He forcefully suppressed the blasts from the spirit vein core and continued to descend. Above the abyss, Ling Huang and the Darkness Emperor had already arrived. However, affected by the powerful blasts, they could not keep up with Yi Chen immediately. "We can't go on like this," Ling Huang said. "What do you mean?" the Emperor asked. Ling Huang looked down coldly and said, "We can't catch up to Yi Chen even if we keep going like this. We can only use our strength to break the blasts in front of us." That makes sense. The two of them began to use their own methods. Waves of demonic energy and immortal energy turned into light balls at the same time, gathered together and rushed toward the abyss below. Rumble! The two of them joined forces, and their power shook the sky. They instantly broke the spirit veins blasts and helped them descend rapidly. Below the abyss, the spirit vein continued to attack. Endless energy exploded like a torrential river, unstoppable. Sky-shaking step. Of course! Yi Chen sensed the arrival of the two of them. Power rose under his feet again. With the sky-shaking step, the power of space twisted rapidly, increasing Yi Chen's speed. This kid can still speed up. The Darkness Emperor was shocked. "Let's do it together." "All right." The two of them increased their power again to keep up with Yi Chen's speed. Outside, the shadow of the demonic aura Chakravarti sensed the three of them entering the abyss of Thousand Blade Peak and was instantly enraged. Demonic will heavenly crusade. With a roar, the demonic wheels of heaven and earth rose one after another, turning into endless destructive wheels that rampaged in all directions like the wrath of a god or the spread of a demon's wings. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding space exploded rapidly. Yi Chen's 9 bolts of thunder god power were instantly destroyed. At the same time, the heavenly crusade demonic wheel continued to destroy. The primordial immortal world and the demon martial world's armies were instantly destroyed, their warships destroyed. Blood flowed like a river, and corpses piled up like a mountain. The Chakravarti king turned to look at the abyss of Thousand Blade Peak and grabbed the ground with his hand. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The majestic power poured into the earth vein and connected to the core of the spirit vein. In the abyss, the spirit vein was just about to reach the Chakravarti king's power. Endless wheels rushed out of the spirit vein and attacked Yi Chen and the other two indiscriminately. Dragon Energy Shield. Yi Chen released the Dragon Energy Shield to resist the wheel's power. Ling Huang and the Darkness Emperor moved at the same time, releasing their divine and demonic abilities. However, the wheel's power continued and its power gradually increased. The three of them were under pressure at the same time. Chapter 23:12. The ghostly energy that constantly seeped out from the spirit vein turned into a powerful energy wave that continued to oppress Yi Chen and the others, forcing them to slow down. However, this process did not last long. Yi Chen waved the dragon-taming spear and swept across 3,000 miles. The 9 heavenly Tao thunder completely shattered the obstacles. Emperor Darkness and Ling Huang, who were behind them, were basking in Yi Chen's glory. That was why they could successfully enter the earth vein. At this time, Yi Chen could not care less. He wanted to find the spirit vein. Demon Eye awakens. Yi Chen continued to release the power of the demon eye and found the spirit vein's core as quickly as possible, because he could clearly sense that the Chakra King was already on his way. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Under the illumination of the demon eye, the spirit vein's core finally appeared in Yi Chen's mind. However, Ling Huang and Emperor Darkness did not see it. They only saw that Yi Chen seemed to be surveying, but only Yi Chen knew the result. Yi Chen had the initiative. The other two could only stare at Yi Chen's movements, hoping that he would act quickly so that they could find the spirit vein's core. However, Yi Chen did not move. He would not let these two reap the benefits without doing anything. Since he had found the spirit vein's core, he could act at any time. Yi Chen, have you found the spirit vein's core? Once the Chakra King enters this place, we'll be in trouble. Emperor Darkness said with a smile, trying to pressure Yi Chen to act quickly. Ling Huang, who was behind them, had the same idea. Yi Chen smirked when he saw how anxious the two were. Why are you so anxious? Yi Chen asked. We're just worried for you. The Chakra King's attention is mainly on you now. What do you think will happen to you after he arrives? You don't have to worry about me. If you want to find the spirit vein's core, then let's do it together. I haven't found its exact location yet. The two looked at each other. They knew that as time went on, things would become more and more troublesome. If they did not act now, when would they act? All right, let's find it together. The two knew that if they did not act, Yi Chen would not act on his own. They could only cooperate with Yi Chen. The three of them worked together. After searching for less than 15 minutes, the ground rumbled and the earth veins exploded. Countless ghostly auras surged in. It was the sign of the arrival of the Chakra King. Having sensed the signs of the Chakra King's arrival in advance, Yi Chen had long hidden himself in a secret place. Ling Huang and the Darkness Emperor did not notice. When the Chakra King arrived, he saw the two of them rummaging through the spiritual vein core. All of you die! The Chakravarti King was infuriated. Die! He waved his long arms and released countless chakras, chasing after the duo. The chakram speed was extremely fast, and its energy coefficient was extremely high. Even a heavenly immortal would be severely injured by this kind of attack. Both of them dodged and searched for Yi Chen's figure. However, all they saw was emptiness. There was no sign of Yi Chen at all. What happened? Where's Yi Chen? Ling Huang asked. I didn't notice. Weren't you searching for the core of the spiritual vein with us just now? Emperor Darkness' face twisted as he spoke. Both of them frowned, knowing that they had been tricked. Yi Chen had long hidden himself, exposing them to the Chakra King. In that case, Yi Chen's sensing ability was above theirs. He had long known about the Chakra King's arrival. This be asterisk starred, sneaking away by himself. Now, only by defeating the Chakra King will we have a chance to continue searching for the core of the spiritual vein. At this point, both of them had no choice but to fight to the death with the Chakra King. After all, they were confident in their own strength. If they joined forces, they would definitely defeat the Chakra King. Ling Huang flew forward and threw out countless spirit talismans. These spirit talismans were imbued with the primordial world's powerful laws. Once they were stained with them, they would be controlled by Ling Huang. It was the puppet technique. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. These spirit talismans rushed toward the Chakra King's majestic figure and stuck to his body. Supreme Dermic Edict, heed my command, edict. Ling Huang pinched a talisman with his index and middle fingers and released his power to burn the talisman. The laws contained in the talisman cracked and turned into energy, drifting toward the Chakra King. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These energies quickly merged with the spirit talismans on the Chakra King's body. The Chakra King suddenly felt that he could not move his body and was dumbfounded. Ha ha ha! Ling Huang laughed. He had thought that it would take a lot of effort to deal with the Chakra King, but he did not expect that a single supreme spirit talisman would be enough. Seeing that the Chakra King was as still as a bronze statue, Emperor Darkness' heart trembled. He thought that if he was stained with this talisman, would he not be at the mercy of others? Therefore, Emperor Darkness was very wary of Ling Huang. Ling Huang naturally noticed this, but this was a manifestation of his deterrent power. Instead, he was very proud. Humph! A mere Chakra King wants to be my enemy? You're overestimating yourself. Emperor Darkness, let's quickly find the core of the spiritual vein. All right. The two of them split up and searched for the source of the spiritual vein's energy. Meanwhile, Yi Qin, who was hiding on the rock wall, smirked slightly. Although the Chakra King's apparition was controlled by the spirit talisman, his real body was the most terrifying. He had not revealed himself all this time, which was also the variable that Yi Chen was most afraid of. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to act. The best time to act was to let Ling Huang and Emperor Darkness help him force the Chakra King's real body out. Rumble! Just as Ling Huang and Emperor Darkness moved, the Chakra King's body automatically disintegrated and turned into dust. Xuanchang's expression turned serious. This was clearly not normal. This meant that a variable was about to occur. The entire ground of Thousand Blade Peak trembled. Subsequently, Thousand Blade Peak collapsed one after another. Endless rocks flew and collided. It could be said that the sky and earth were turned upside down. Such a massive energy fluctuation made Xuanchang not dare to carry it. They released their own energy shields to protect themselves. At this moment, in the central area where the rocks were flying, an extremely powerful, ghostly energy erupted. The Chakra King's real body had appeared. You've only destroyed one of my clones, and you think you've defeated me? What a joke! Countless wheels were spinning in the Chakra King's eyes. He shot a ghostly light in front of him that contained countless miniature wheels. Once hit by this ghostly light, these miniature wheels would enter the cultivator's meridians, causing their energy to flow in reverse. Their meridians would be broken, and they would die. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Wherever the ghostly light passed, not even a blade of grass would grow. Only then did Ling Huang and Emperor Darkness understand the true power of the Chakra King. I didn't expect the underworld to have such a powerful person. This shows the importance of the spiritual vein. Emperor, we can't fail this time. Of course. Chapter 23:13. Ling Huang and Emperor Darkness were not afraid of the Chakra King's true form at all, displaying the demeanor of a king. However, the Chakra King's cold eyes revealed only murderous intent in the face of the Chakra King. There was no other emotion. It was this pure murderous intent that made the Chakra King's battle extremely simple and effective. Unbounded chakra formation. The Chakra King did not hesitate and immediately used his ultimate technique. Countless chakras rushed out of the spirit vein and hovered in midair. They aimed at Xuanchang from below and above his head. Kill! With a sudden roar, the Chakra King leaned his arms forward, and thousands of chakras attacked at the same time, sweeping across the area. In front of him, everything in the path of the chakra exploded. Nothing could stop the crushing of the chakra. Moreover, the Chakra King was still absorbing energy from the spiritual meridian to stimulate the power of the chakra. Even Ling Huang and Emperor Darkness were temporarily suppressed. I didn't expect this monster to be so powerful. I've underestimated him. Ling Huang had to admit that the Chakra King's strength was beyond his expectations. Otherwise, he would not have been so confident. Emperor Darkness was equally shocked. There were thousands of chakras before him, and each chakra had the power to injure a heavenly immortal. Even though their strength was far above a heavenly immortal, they were helpless against so many attacks at the same time. At this moment, Yi Qin, who was in the secret space, had been observing the changes in the Chakra King's aura. It was similar to the location he had determined with the demon's eye. It was obvious that the Chakra King was absorbing energy near the spirit vein's core. Demonic chakra reincarnation. A majestic shadow of a chakra appeared behind the Chakra King. The power of the unbounded chakra formation continued to increase, and Xuangchang was in danger. Don't panic. We have to wait a little longer. Although Yi Qin had confirmed the location of the spirit vein's core, he was still very calm. The Chakra King still had a lot of energy left in the battle. If he made a move under such circumstances, he would definitely suffer a fierce counterattack from the Chakra King. Ling Huang and Emperor Darkness might even take advantage of him. He would not do such a thing. In the center of the battlefield, the Chakra King's power continued to increase. Ling Huang and Emperor Darkness looked at each other. They knew that the Chakra King had the home advantage. If they continued to be suppressed by him, the consequences would be unpredictable. The only thing they could do was fight back. Emperor, Moon Engulf form. Monarch Darkness flew up. The entire sky changed color, and heaven and earth were shaken. The moon, swallowing demonic ability, descended. Mountains and rivers collapsed, and the sun and moon sank. Boom! The massive demonic aura instantly countered the great wheel formation. At the same time, Ling Huang made his move. Supreme spiritual talisman, visit from all directions. ZZZ. Countless talismans floated in the air. Following that, the silhouettes of deities were summoned, and they all unleashed their abilities to resist the revolving wheel martial skill formation. The revolution Wheel King was actually suppressed by these two moves. This enraged the revolution Wheel King, and the 18 true Lord ranks exploded. With a long howl, the Chakravarti King continued to absorb the power of the spiritual vein. At the same time, his body had reached its limit. This was a sign of the final battle. Ling Huang and the Emperor of Darkness looked serious at the same time. They naturally knew that once the Chakra King unleashed his powers, it would be the most terrifying destructive force. Monarch, apocalyptic demonic flame. A sovereign emperor pushed his demonic energy to the limits, unleashing a might that could destroy the world without holding back. Ling Huang, supreme demon sealing order. At the same time, Ling Huang released the divine weapon, the supreme token which floated in the air. The surrounding talismans were strengthened by the supreme token, increasing their power by 10 times. Limitless wheel. 6 paths of destruction. The Chakra King activated the most powerful power of the spiritual vein, and all the wheels merged into the limitless wheel. This was the ultimate battle. The two fought to the death. The sun and moon didn't exist anymore. As the Chakra King used his most powerful ability, the core of the spiritual vein appeared and Yi Qin locked onto it. Space-time wrath. With a roar, the sky snake black tortoise opened the tunnel and swallowed the core. What? The Chakra King turned around and looked at Yi Qin in shock. The core of the spiritual vein was swallowed by the sky snake black tortoise. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qin was still 100 miles away. Boom! 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 At the center of the battle, the limitless wheel continued to be destroyed. The Grand Supreme Demon sealing array shattered, and the Emperor of Darkness demonic flames disappeared. Xuangchang's body was sent flying while the body of the Chakra King continued to crumble. He knelt on one knee. I want you to die. The Chakra King was enraged and activated the last of the spiritual vein's power. Seeing this, Xuangchang didn't dare to fight back. He used his most powerful movement ability and escaped from Thousand Blade Peak. Buzz! Buzz! In the abyss of Thousand Blade Peak, a beam of light shot into the sky. The entire 1,000-blade peak mountain range cracked because the core of the spiritual vein was taken away. The heavily injured Ling Huang and the Emperor of Darkness flew far away and returned to the sky above the 1,000-blade peak. They were greeted by hundreds of defeated soldiers. The battleship had been destroyed, and the army had been destroyed for a long time. The two of them were extremely depressed. Yi Qin, who had obtained the core of the spiritual vein, released space-time ability many times and arrived at a safe location. "I've obtained one of the 6 spiritual veins." Yi Chen stretched out his hand. The sky snake spat out the core of the spiritual vein. It was like a dark ball of light, constantly emitting dark light. It was very mysterious. Next is the spirit realm. After finding the direction, Yi Chen rode the black tortoise to break through the barrier and entered within 3 kilometers of the netherworld. Then he rushed straight into the spirit realm. The land of the spirit realm had been contaminated by evil spirits. There was evil energy everywhere. Many people had even been transformed by evil energy into evil spirit warriors. It was a tragic sight. It was a little troublesome to find the core of the spirit realm in such a place. Fortunately, Yi Chen had cultivated evil energy, spells through the ancient god space. Now that he had achieved some success, such an illusion would not cause him any harm. It could even promote the progress of his evil spirit spells. Yi Chen recalled his experience in the spirit realm and thought of a place, the True Spirit Palace. As the most powerful holy land in the spirit realm at that time, the True Spirit Palace was the existence that controlled the entire spirit realm. It must be located in the place with the most abundant spiritual energy. However, because the True Spirit Lord had died, the entire True Spirit Palace had collapsed and disappeared without a trace. Today, Heavenly Emperor Yi Chen had set foot on this place again to find the core of the spirit realm. Heavenly rule. Yi Chen activated mystic immortal laws and activated heavenly Tao power. It filled the entire space and instantly suppressed all the evil energy around the True Spirit Palace, so that his movements would not be discovered by the evil energy. Walking into the ruins of the True Spirit Palace, there were broken walls and even piles of corpses. It was obvious that the evil spirits had massacred this place. 8 gates, divine disc. Yi Chen tossed out judgment. The mirror of darkness within it continued to emit light and scan the surroundings. All kinds of information kept returning to judgment and reflected a diagram of the True Spirit Palace in midair. Chapter 23:14. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As the strange light appeared in the sky, another scene appeared above the True Spirit Palace ruins. It was the true structure of the True Spirit Palace. Countless spiritual lights floated in this structure. These lights seemed to be telling Yi Chen the true story of this ancient spiritual land. The spiritual light that filled the sky dazzled Yi Chen. However, when he activated his ocular technique, Yi Chen saw the source of all the spiritual light at a glance. The vast spiritual power made Yi Chen feel as if it was the origin of the entire spirit realm. Ha! The core of the spiritual realm, here I come. Yi Chen chuckled. He put away the god's disc and rushed toward the place where the spiritual power gathered. Above the ruins, Yi Chen moved as fast as lightning. He arrived before a vast ocean. This ocean was the True Spirit Sea. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Loud thunderclaps came from the surface of the sea from time to time. Thunderclouds appeared on the surface of the sea. Purple lightning flashed and torrential rain poured down as if welcoming Yi Chen's arrival. However, this welcoming method surprised Yi Chen. Ha! Thunder Dragon, this is your ingredient. Of course. The dragon restraining spear flew into the sky, and the Thunder Dragon appeared. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Above the sky, purple lightning constantly struck the Thunder Dragon. However, not only did this power not cause any harm to the Thunder Dragon, but it even increased his strength rapidly. Come, thunder of the ninth heaven, let me enjoy it to my heart's content. The thunder dragon absorbed the endless power of the divine lightning, and his cultivation base increased at the same time. Below, Yi Qin rode the heavenly emperor's sword and flew up. He looked down at the sea from midair. Huge waves kept rolling on the surface of the sea as if there was a force stirring the wind and clouds. This excited Yi Qin as if he could see the spirit vein. Swimming dragon sword. Roar. Accompanied by the sound of a dragon, the swimming dragon's sword flew into Yi Chen's hand. Subsequently, he threw it toward the sea below. Rumble. The swimming dragon's sword was like a pillar that stabilized the sea. It constantly evolved and became incomparably vast, like a pillar that held up the sky. The torrents of the sea kept crashing and spinning around the swimming dragon's sword, but could not affect it at all. Then, the swimming dragon's sword unleashed the power of a heavenly weapon and opened a path to the bottom of the sea for Yi Qin. Go! Yi Qin controlled the heavenly emperor's sword and went deep into the sea through the tunnel created by the swimming dragon's sword. The torrential seawater was unable to approach the space tunnel created by the swimming dragon swords. Yi Qin felt as if he was walking on flat ground. Yi Qin quickly entered the deep sea. He could feel the spiritual power around him flourishing even more. This was definitely the place with the most spiritual power since he came to the spirit realm. Buddha's eye illuminates the world. Yi Qin activated the Buddha Emperor's eye and instantly saw through the boundless world beneath the sea. Countless information surged into Yi Chen's head. So the oldest true spirit palace is here. Yi Qin suddenly opened his eyes. His face was filled with excitement. He had never thought that the true spirit hall was not the one built by the true spirit lord. Instead, it was hidden under the sea in the deepest trench. This was the true primordial, true spirit hall. Overturned seas and rivers. Yi Chen's palms revolved. The ancient god power was like a primordial beast, cleaving a new path with the swimming dragon sword. Along the way, Yi Qin saw various creatures swimming past him. When they saw Yi Qin, they also looked at him with surprise. However, these creatures did not mean him any harm. These little guys were nowhere to be seen on the mainland. If not for the fact that he had something important to do, Yi Qin would have stayed and carefully observed the underwater world. However, the deeper one went into the sea, the greater the pressure. At a depth of 20,000 meters, even a heavenly immortal would not be able to withstand it. However, as a human cultivator at the mystic immortal stage, Yi Qin was able to do it with ease. On one hand, it was because he had divine weapons, and on the other hand, it was because his foundation was strong enough. As he continued to move deeper into the sea, Yi Qin sensed a powerful spiritual light shining toward him. In such a dark space, such a spiritual light was an extremely abnormal phenomenon. It could only be a spirit vein. Just as Yi Qin gradually approached the spirit vein, suddenly, a wave of darkness shrouded the sky and earth. Yi Qin seemed to be wrapped in darkness and could not see clearly what was in front of him. At the same time, many spirit beasts in the deep sea fled, clearly sensing the impending danger. Yi Chen's eyes turned slightly cold. He looked ahead with his spirit eye and saw an undersea creature the size of a mountain staring at him. This creature had a huge head and a pair of scarlet eyes like two bloody moons. To be able to move freely and survive in such a deep place, it was obvious that this fellow was extremely powerful. Moreover, it was unknown how long it had been absorbing the core energy of the spirit realm. It was difficult to estimate how high its current cultivation base was. Roar! The gigantic creature roared angrily at Yi Qin. Yi Qin sent out a palm strike with a tremendous burst of energy, emitting sparks from the bottom of the sea. Yi Qin saw that the creature was actually something like a whale, but its mouth was full of sharp teeth, and there was pus seeping out of its throat. Yi Qin immediately felt a great threat. This pus was definitely a highly toxic substance and might even be extremely corrosive. Dragon Energy Shield. Yi Chen's entire body was enveloped in the dragon energy shield to resist the thick venom before him. At the same time, he flew up and released the immortal-slaying flying saber. Swish, swish, swish. Countless rays of light cut through everything. The scales of the demonic whale below were cut wildly, blood flowing out. It suddenly became even more brutal. Roar! It roared continuously. Above the demonic whale's head, hundreds of tentacles appeared like an octopus. These tentacles stirred the seawater wildly, entangling the countless saber gleams, preventing the saber gleams from hurting the demonic whale. How dare you be so presumptuous before this emperor? Facing such a demon, Yi Chen's eyes widened and he unleashed the heavenly dragon roar. The explosion split the water 3,000 feet long, and the explosive force split 10,000 miles. The demonic whale felt the extremely powerful impact. Its 10,000-ton body was also pushed back by Yi Chen. The scales on its body cracked, and it was in unbearable pain. Ignorant junior, how dare you harm me like this? The demonic whale, before Yi Chen could speak human language. As expected, it was a demon with a profound cultivation base. Absorbing the energy around the true spirit palace under the sea allowed you to cultivate to this state. It seems like the spirit vein core is even more magical. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the demonic whale trembled slightly and said, "You want to enter the true spirit palace? How about it?" "Humph, impossible, you little brat." Oh, Yi Chen saw the disdain on the demonic whale's face. It seemed like it did not believe that Yi Chen could enter the true spirit palace. However, from the way Yi Chen stopped attacking, the demonic whale was the one who really wanted to enter the true spirit palace. It had even spent a lot of time doing this, but it had failed. Chapter 23:15. Who are you? Yi Chen asked when he saw that the demon whale seemed to be very interested in the true spirit hull. The demon whale shook his hill-like body as if he wanted to show off. However, after being sent flying by Yi Chen's heavenly dragon roar, he was still a head shorter than Yi Chen. In the end, he could only answer honestly, "I'm the old demon whale. I've been cultivating here for 3,000 years. My only wish is to enter the true spirit hall. I've tried for 100 years and never succeeded. What makes you think you can enter the true spirit hall?" He looked at Yi Chen with disdain, but he was very excited. After all, it was the old man's first time seeing a powerhouse who could swim 20,000 miles under the sea and still be so carefree. He seemed to see something different in Yi Chen. If Yi Chen could really help him enter the true spirit palace, that would be the best thing that could happen. Ha ha ha! Even the heavens can't stop me, much less 10,000 miles of seawater. Kid, don't boast. Do you know how powerful the true spirit hall is? Even a heavenly immortal can't pass through the external formation. I've cultivated to this point and am close to heavenly immortal rank. I've tried many times, but to no avail. Damn it, it's just a piece of cake. Old demon whale, how about following me into the true spirit hall? Humph, kid, if you can really bring me into the true spirit hall, I'll submit to you and die for you. All right. Yi Chen did not expect the old man's obsession to be so strong that he had to enter the true spirit hall. This way, he could use his obsession to help him open the door to the true spirit hall. At the same time, he could fulfill the old man's wish and gain his loyalty. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Under the old demon whale's guidance, Yi Chen successfully found the true spirit hall. It was at the bottom of the sea where the flames were erupting. There were dozens of volcano-like things that were constantly spewing lava. The lava was extremely powerful. Each eruption had the explosive power of a mystic immortal. Boom, boom, boom. The erupting lava mixed together and constantly rushed in all directions, putting the entire true spirit hall in an extremely dangerous state. If anyone wanted to enter, there was no need to go to the formation area. Just the lava before them was enough to keep them at a distance of 1,000 miles. Ha, kid, are you shocked by what you see? Are you afraid to go forward? Old man, my name is Yi Chen. Today, I'll show you what the heavens can do." It seemed that Old Man Demon Whale still had some doubts about his own strength. Since that was the case, if he wanted to thoroughly subdue this person, he would have to display a considerable amount of skill. Yi Qin walked straight ahead, completely unafraid of the lava's power. The demonic whale elder was dumbfounded. "Yi Qin, do you want to die?" Just as the demonic whale elder was still in shock, Yi Chen's entire body began to flow with dark matter. The ancient god body's black gold, glazed body covered his entire body, forming a powerful protection. Even if the lava poured down, it would not be able to harm Yi Qin in the slightest. This scene left Old Man Demon Whale even more shocked. He finally understood that the strength of this youth in front of him wasn't something he could hope to reach. This so-called boundary was nothing but nothingness. Only true strength was king. Hoo! Of course, the lava flowing around the true spirit palace was not just for show. Sensing the intrusion of the abnormal energy, the lava went berserk and attacked crazily with powerful lava cannons. At that moment, the Dragon Chi shield appeared around Yi Qin again. It was a double-layered protection that was extremely powerful. ZZZ. Finally, acknowledging Yi Chen's formidable strength, the formation above the true spirit palace's door flickered and activated. Be careful! This light indicates that the formation has been activated. This venerated body hasn't gone past the first layer of the formation even once. Seeing that Yi Chen was about to encounter the first layer of the formation, the demonic whale elder quickly warned. Once touched by this kind of formation, one's body would be crushed to pieces. There was no chance of survival. The demonic whale elder himself had used his manifestation body several times to test this formation and had not been able to escape. His manifestation body was at the level of a high-level mystic immortal. He was no match for Yi Qin at all. Right now, Yi Qin was only a mystic immortal. This made the demonic whale elder nervous. "As your master, do I need you to remind me? Stinking brat, you haven't fulfilled the conditions, yet you want to be my master. Aren't you too arrogant? Just watch." Yi Qin ignored the demonic whale elder and turned to lock onto the formation above the true spirit palace's door. Buddha's eye illuminates the world. Activating the Buddha Emperor's eye, Yi Qin could see through the formation in front of him. Endless confidence flowed into Yi Chen's mind, forming a picture. In this picture, there was an extremely powerful underwater pressure law. It turned out that the true spirit palace could be so safe underwater because of these laws. Boom, boom, boom. There were several rumbling sounds, and the surrounding space was compressed rapidly. The pressure was so great that it could not be stopped. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Qin felt his body of steel was violently distorted. The black gold glaze began to vibrate, but the darkness pool had awakened and continued to release dark matter to replenish the glaze's strength. Soon, no matter how strong the pressure was, it could not stop Yi Qin from moving forward. Yi Chen's aura alone was much stronger than the demonic whale elder. After all, for so many years, the demonic whale elder had only used his manifestation body for the test and did not dare to test it himself. This was because he could not break the pressure formation above the true spirit palace's door. Following Yi Chen's roar, the surrounding space twisted rapidly. His voice formed a powerful sound wave that gradually shook the surrounding space. The power of the lava was shattered and could not get close to him. At the same time, it also activated the formation above the true spirit palace's door and began to devour wildly. Rumble! The pressure came wave after wave, like a tsunami, crazily crushing Yi Qin. Demon's eye, awaken the nether god. Under the extreme pressure, Yi Qin awakened the underworld deity power. The darkness pool behind him turned into a black sun and rose behind him. Clang, clang, clang. Following that, countless reverse scales grew from the darkness pool's body and rapidly grew, turning into cutting wings that rushed forward at a speed faster than the blink of an eye. Such terrifying power completely shocked the demonic whale elder. He was now completely certain that if Yi Chen wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as turning over his hand. This brat is a demon, a god. Although the demonic whale elder had thousands of years of cultivation base, he did not dare to look at the current Yi Chen. Clang, clang, clang. Countless cutting wings rushed forward in a frenzy. All the lava was shattered, and all the pressure was cut apart, unable to reform. All that could be seen was chaos, distortion, and shattering. Ah, Heavenly Emperor's sword, gather! Spiritual light flashed between Yi Chen's brows. The Heavenly Emperor's sword pointed forward, and countless sword energies gathered on the peak. There was no divine power, only a concentrated will. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sword energy exploded, and the tip of the sword shot toward the True Spirit Palace's door. Chapter 23:16. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A deep whirlpool appeared above the True Spirit Hall's door. Boundless water pressure gathered in it, pressuring the Heavenly Emperor's sword. However, the Heavenly Emperor's sword was already a heavenly weapon, so it was not afraid at all. Converge sword intent. Yi Chen flew forward and grabbed the hilt of the Heavenly Emperor's sword with his right hand. He pushed it hard. Instantly, vast power was infused into it. All the power rushed toward Yi Chen's blade along with the converged sword intent. All that could be seen was destruction. Boom, boom, boom. Boundless sword energy collapsed, causing cracks to appear on the True Spirit Hall's pressure formation. Under the impact of the Heavenly Emperor's sword energy, these cracks gradually grew larger and began to spread endlessly. Finally, the entire formation completely collapsed, and the True Spirit Hall's door opened before them. As a mystical aura gushed out, the old demon whale experienced an unprecedented psionic energy. He nearly fell to his knees. Yi Chen took a deep breath. The various rules of spiritual energy surfaced in his heart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the Heavenly Emperor's personal divine weapon, the Heavenly Emperor's sword was naturally protected by the Heavenly Tao. The moment the True Spirit Hall's door opened, endless spiritual energy began to automatically gather toward the Heavenly Emperor's sword. The previous consumption was quickly replenished. Demonic Whale Elder, did you see me open the True Spirit Hall? Yi Chen turned to look at the Demonic Whale Elder and asked. Yes, I saw it. Heavenly Emperor, Yi Chen lives up to his name. I'm impressed. Seeing Yi Chen's strength and aura, like a god descending to the mortal world, the Demonic Whale Elder was not dissatisfied. He immediately transformed into his human form and knelt on the ground, willing to follow Yi Chen. Ha ha ha, this is just the beginning. Demonic Whale Elder, I hope your talent is enough for you to enter the True Spirit Hall and find your own opportunity. Thank you, Heavenly Emperor. The Demonic Whale Elder bowed and followed Yi Chen into the hall. In the hall, endless seawater surged, and all kinds of strange flowers and plants were vivid and lifelike. Naturally, these flowers and plants were different from those on the continent. They were in the shape of long strips or jellyfish. Under such pressure, they floated naturally. The surrounding spiritual energy turned into bubbles that constantly rushed out. Old Man Demon Whale was incomparably excited. He constantly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, causing his aura to gradually strengthen. Inside the hall, there were broken walls everywhere, similar to the True Spirit Hall on the mainland. It could be seen that a great battle had taken place here tens of thousands of years ago. No one knew what was going on in this battle. Elder Demon Whale, you've been here for tens of millions of years. Have you seen anyone else around the True Spirit Hall? Yi Chen asked. Your Majesty, I really haven't seen it before. It's just that there was a phenomenon here 100 years ago. Phenomenon? That's right. Countless volcanoes erupted in the surroundings, making it impossible to enter within a radius of 500 kilometers. At that time I could only leave. Yi Chen could not help but wonder if the phenomenon was man-made. Yi Chen tossed out the 8-gate divine disc and summoned the Emperor Brush with his divine telekinesis. Decree of the human emperor. He waved the Emperor Brush and engraved the edict of the human emperor on the 8 gates' divine plates, which shone with golden light. Then the power of the divine plates spread out for hundreds of miles, lighting up the entire passageway of the true spirit palace. He could see everything at a glance. What he saw was the endless corridor of the true spirit palace. What's going on? Yi Chen was extremely confident in his ocular prowess. However, he could not see the end with a glance. This did not make sense. Elder Demon Whale, did you see something? This. Your Majesty, I really didn't see anything. There's just some spiritual light in the darkness. Scattered light. Yi Chen's brows furrowed. He looked ahead, but did not see, nor did he sense the so-called spiritual light. It was obvious that only the Elder Demon Whale, who had been at the bottom of the sea for a long time, could see this kind of light. Is this spiritual light guiding us? It's deep and unfathomable ahead, but I can lead the way. Let's go. Yes. The Elder Demon Whale bowed and agreed. He led Yi Chen toward the direction of the spiritual light. After walking for about an hour, they saw a large pool with a radius of 500 kilometers. There were specks of bones in the pool. It was very strange. Yi Chen looked at the bones and found that they were very powerful. Some of them were not inferior to the Elder Demon Whale. This. How is it? Your Majesty, among these bones are my clansmen. I didn't expect to see them here. Yi Chen sensed the surroundings. He could vaguely sense the existence of danger. These bones were definitely not a coincidence. They were powerful beings. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground trembled and the entire true spirit palace shook. The water in the pool surged and countless bones flew up, attacking Yi Chen and the Elder Demon Whale. Go. Yi Chen's body trembled. Draconic chi surged and the surrounding space rapidly crushed. The bones fell to the ground. Thump, thump, thump. Following that, heavy footsteps sounded. Each step was like the ground trembling and the mountains and rivers trembling. Yi Chen looked into the depths. Sure enough, a pair of cold eyes appeared, staring at him and the Elder Demon Whale. Ah! The Elder Demon Whale saw those eyes and instantly trembled. This was his body's natural reaction. It was not something he could control. Elder Demon Whale, what's wrong? I feel a deep fear. What I see in front of me causes my soul to tremble. This is the feeling of a natural enemy. How is this possible? I, Old Demon Whale, am the overlord of the deep sea. Who could possibly make me feel such fear? The Elder Demon Whale's mind was no longer normal. He constantly muttered as if what he saw was a man-eating monster. Don't panic. Yes, yes. Although he said yes, the Elder Demon Whale's body was still trembling. Slowly, the body of the polished object appeared before the two. It was an ancient beast, the slit-toothed giant shark. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The slit-toothed giant shark sneered at the two. Its body was too large. The true spirit palace, which was always 1,000 feet tall, was squashed by it. You dare intrude into this king's territory. As the giant shark king, you should enjoy this delicious meal. I'm just afraid you won't have a good time. Yi Chen responded with a faint smile. The Shark King looked at Yi Chen and revealed a pair of blood-red eyes. Those were eyes that were filled with 10 layers of foolishness. It was even possible to see images of corpses. What kind of cruel existence was this? It could make these vengeful souls corpses unable to escape its control. Kill. Yi Chen did not say anything else and attacked. Cluck, 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 die. The Shark King swung its giant tail. It was like a collapsing pillar that held up the heavens. Clang. However, this tremendous force was actually blocked by Yi Chen Hong's great Buddha palm. Chapter 23:17. The intimidated elder sea whale retreated continuously. He could only watch Yi Qin fight the giant shark king alone. The spiritual fear that erupted from his bones made it difficult for him to move an inch. Although he knew that he was despicable, he could not fight back at all. The giant shark clan was born to release a power that suppressed the sea whale clan. This law was innate, a kind of suppression on the clan. Damn it, damn it! As the strongest among the sea whale clan, the elder sea whale was tormented. He knew very well how many powerhouses of the sea whale clan had died in the hands of the giant shark king. Now was the chance for revenge. What was he waiting for? On the battlefield, the giant shark king had already seen the elder sea whale's trembling figure. He laughed. Hee, kid, I didn't expect you to have a piece of trash by your side. Why don't you give this sea whale to me for dinner? You talk too much. Yi Chen's cold eyes gleamed with killing intent. He swung the heavenly emperor's sword in his hand, and the endless light went straight for the giant shark king. Ha ha ha, useless move. The giant shark king had absorbed a lot of spiritual energy in the true spirit palace. His strength was limitless now, and he was Yi Chen's opponent. Countless white lights shot out of his bloody teeth, entangling the heavenly emperor's sword gleam. Yi Chen turned around to look at the white lights. They were very strange. They contained special spiritual energy that could easily weaken Yi Chen's sword chi. It was Yi Chen's first time seeing such a situation. It's my first time tearing a human apart with my bare hands. Ha ha ha. The giant shark king revealed an excited expression, and its entire body turned blood red. It was obvious that this was a natural physical sign when their tribe was excited. Facing the deep-sea shark king, Yi Chen was slightly serious. After all, he had lived in this place for too long. This was his home ground. Although Yi Chen was confident, this was his first time diving into such a deep sea. Giant Shark King, I'll make you kneel at my feet and beg for mercy. Beg for mercy? Ah ha ha ha. The giant Shark King laughed maniacally. All the scales on his body stood up. He was truly enraged. The human before him was so arrogant in the deep sea. He was simply seeking death. If he did not tear this person apart, where would his dignity as the giant Shark King be? Squeak, squeak, squeak! In an instant, countless small sharks rushed out from the surrounding space. These sharks' cultivation was still shallow, and they were considered to be in a situation where their intelligence was half developed. However, they had the advantage in numbers, and they surrounded them. Ha ha ha! I'll let you taste the sharp teeth of this king's descendants first. Squeak, squeak, squeak! Upon hearing the giant shark king's call, countless small sharks went berserk. They kept opening their bloody mouths and biting at Yi Chen. These small sharks looked weak, but Yi Chen soon discovered that their bodies were covered in a special psionic power released by the giant Shark King. This psionic power was extremely adaptable to Yi Chen's strength. Go! Yi Chen waved his sword fingers, and sword chi rushed out, causing the surroundings to tremble. However, when the sword chi approached the group of small sharks, it was weakened. By the time it attacked the sharks, it had less than 1/10 of its energy left. Under the water pressure, it was almost unable to cause any damage. Ha 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 ha, boy, how do you feel now? Do you feel comfortable in this king's territory? The giant Shark King revealed a mocking smile. Clearly, he thought that he would win. In such a deep sea, even those with a higher cultivation base than him were no match for him. Moreover, the opponent before him was only a mysterious immortal. In his opinion, he did not even need to rely on his home ground advantage to crush Yi Chen. Therefore, the giant Shark King wanted to rely on his powerful suppression ability and use the sharks to devour Yi Chen. Every shark in the sharks had an extremely close connection with the giant Shark King. This was a symbiotic relationship. Squeak, 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 the sharks charged over. The situation was critical. Great Emperor, be careful! Finally, the elder sea whale elder roared. He endured the fear of the giant Shark King's wire and reacted in such a way. After all, Yi Chen was his master. No matter how much fear he had, he could not betray him. This was his final dignity. Ah! The elder sea whale elder was furious. He instantly turned into a powerful shock wave and launched it at the sharks released by the giant Shark King. Boom, boom, boom. 5 to 6 powerful underwater explosions appeared in an instant. The sharks were caught off guard. They were sent flying and fled in all directions. Seeing the elder sea whale elder's actions, Yi Chen nodded slightly. This was worthy of his trust. Bastard! However, this clearly enraged the giant Shark King. He suddenly turned around and looked at the elder sea whale elder with his blood-red eyes. Immediately, waves of invisible pressure made the elder sea whale elder's body stiffen. Elder sea whale elder, if you can't even break through this obstacle, you don't have the right to follow me, Yi Chen said coldly. This. The elder sea whale elder was in a dilemma. Yi Chen was naturally right, but the opponent before him was so powerful. Moreover, he was suppressing him spiritually. What should he do? In such a predicament, the elder sea whale elder thought about the various cultivation he had gone through in the deep sea. What was the purpose of those difficult cultivation? Wasn't it for the safety of his tribe and his own advancement? Now that he was in danger, he was so terrified. Was this still the person he wanted to become? Various thoughts ran through his mind. Suddenly, the elder sea whale elder felt his psyche power skyrocketing. He turned to look at Yi Chen and saw a spiritual light flashing between Yi Chen's brows. Elder sea whale elder, are you willing to become my contracted spiritual beast? I am willing. The elder sea whale elder had already recognized Yi Chen as his master. So what if he became his contracted spiritual beast? All right. Yi Chen nodded slightly and continued to inject sharpness into the elder sea whale elder's body. Following that, blood flowed from his finger and turned into a blood seal, engraving it on the elder sea whale elder's forehead. God of the underworld seal. The god of the underworld shadow appeared majestically and instantly locked onto the elder sea whale elder. The underworld's divine power formed a contract, and the elder sea whale elder officially submitted to Yi Chen. Ah! The god of the underworld's blood seal appeared between the elder sea whale elder's brows. His spirit was completely different. There was no longer any sign of being intimidated. Instead, he was incomparably powerful and domineering. What? The giant Shark King was in disbelief when he sensed the domineering aura released by the elder sea whale elder. His giant shark clan completely suppressed the sea whale clan, but the elder sea whale elder did not seem to be afraid of him at all. This was absolutely illogical. This was the power of the god of the underworld's contract. It had completely changed the elder sea whale elder's mental state, giving him the strongest self-esteem. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the support of the god of the underworld, the vortex around the elder sea whale elder soared. Countless bubbles surged. An entire sea became his territory. Chapter 23:18. Fighting in the deep sea was truly not Yi Chen's forte, but as a heavenly emperor, how could Yi Chen only have supreme martial prowess? His intelligence and stratagems were equally outstanding. He had long since realized that the demon whale elder was the key. As long as he used the underworld god contract to stimulate his own tyrannical energy, the demon whale elder, with the support of the underworld god force, would ascend and undergo a qualitative change. Boom, boom, boom. Waves tumbled around Old Man Demon Whale. Even at 20,000 meters deep, his ability to control water was still outstanding. Now he wanted to prove himself. He wanted to challenge the greatest fear of the whale race. So long as he could defeat the enemy before him, then the whale race would be able to live in peace for a long time. Ah! Old Man Demon Whale roared out loud. The power of darkness erupted from his body, and the might of a nether god swept through the world. Black and gold scales appeared on his body, and the power of the sea whale flowed out endlessly. His majestic might shook the waters. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, the giant Shark King suddenly laughed and revealed an amused expression. He walked forwards. His massive body also shook the waters, making it so that Old Man Demon Whale's erupting aura was unable to break through his protective water shield. Although you have absorbed a strange power, allowing your mind to escape from the racial suppression, your strength is still insufficient in front of this king. The giant Shark King stirred up the winds and clouds. Light sparkled on its sharp fangs. Old Man Demon Whale's strength was instantly suppressed. This was not the suppression of race laws, but the suppression of special laws. This was a cultivation method that the giant Shark King had cultivated in the True Spirit Temple for a long time. Die. The giant Shark King's dorsal fins all rose up, emitting a blue light. A massive vortex of water appeared behind it, instantly breaking through the power of water that the Old Man Demon Whale created. Then, its massive tail swept out as it attacked. Facing such a powerful strike, the old demon whale's eyes widened. The black and gold scales on his body began to emit a dark light, forming the strongest defense possible. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the power of countless vortexes smashed into Old Man Demon Whale's body. The phantom of his true form appeared behind him, and the black and gold glass rapidly extended outwards. He had actually managed to resist it. Even though it was difficult, Old Man Demon Whale had withstood it. This was a great honor for him. Ha ha ha. Old Man Demon Whale wildly laughed. His face lit up with excitement. As a sea whale, he was extremely proud. Giant Shark King, I won't lose to you. It's still too early for the giant Shark King to dominate this deep sea boast. The giant Shark King was enraged. As the king of the foolish giant clan, his sure-kill attack, which contained the special principles of the True Spirit Palace, had been blocked by a member of the Sea Whale clan. This was a great humiliation for him. He was an expert who cultivated in the True Spirit Palace, so he could not lose to an outsider. Giant Shark Tooth. Boom! With a heaven-shaking tremor within the range of the giant Shark King, waves tumbled and the earth shook. Countless white shark teeth wildly grew out, instantly surrounding Old Demon Whale. Old Man Demon Whale revealed a look of astonishment. This was no ordinary array formation, but a shark tooth annihilation array created by the True Spirit Temple. Clang, clang, clang. The shark teeth crazily grew and superimposed on each other. Soon, they formed a peak that pressed down on Old Man Demon Whale. Old Man Demon Whale had already lost his chance to leave. His only choice was to resist the shark tooth array. In the outside world, Yi-Chen did not look too surprised. All of this was still within his tolerance range. What he was waiting for was to deal the giant Shark King a fatal blow. Now was not the time. He could only let the old demon whale force the giant Shark King to its limits. Old Man Demon Whale, you still haven't grasped the true essence of Nether Divine Power. Don't be afraid. Nether Divine Power has unlimited potential. Yes, yes, great Emperor. Old Man Demon Whale naturally believed Yi-Chen's words 100%. Now he closed his eyes and focused on comprehending the true essence of Nether Divine Power. However, outside, the giant Shark King stuck out its blood-red tongue and licked its hard lips. It guided the entire shark tooth array toward Old Man Demon Whale. Like this, Old Man Demon Whale was about to be crushed. Old Man Demon Whale did not panic. On one hand, it was Yi-Chen's guidance. On the other hand, it was his thousands of years of cultivation experience. His martial will allowed him to resist this pressure. Within Old Man Demon Whale's body, the power of the contract continued to rise. The core strength of the darkness pool gradually allowed Old Man Demon Whale to understand the reason for Yi-Chen's strength. It was the power of the darkness pool that connected with the nether god contract, allowing Old Man Demon Whale to simultaneously possess the freakish black gold glaze ability. Activate the greatest strength of the darkness pool and fuse it with your own deep-sea attribute. Old Man Demon Whale finally understood. He suddenly opened his eyes and his deep-sea energy rapidly surged through his meridians. Then, he poured all of it into the dark contract. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dark contract activated itself and began to learn by itself. The deep-sea energy that was poured into it was perfectly fused together. Following that, a vast power of darkness appeared behind Old Man Demon Whale. It wildly grew, its speed no less than that of the shark tooth. This was a life or death battle between titans. Hiss, 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 hiss. The power of darkness evolved into countless whalebone that wildly grew and wrapped around the shark tooth. What? As the giant Shark King saw the towering shark tooth being wrapped around by the whalebone, he was stunned. He didn't dare to imagine that Old Man Demon Whale possessed such terrifying strength that he could counter his shark tooth array. Impossible. The giant Shark King went completely berserk. He activated the shark tooth to attack ahead of time, wanting to crush everything in his path. Clang, clang, clang. The shark tooth array activated, and its killing power continued to display itself. The giant Shark King released countless small sharks once more, coordinating with the shark tooth array in order to make Old Man Demon Whale lose his final chance. But he couldn't imagine just how astonishing the strength of the darkness pool fused with Old Man Demon Whale's deep-sea energy would be. Power of the 4 seas. 10,000 dragons sink. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The dark contract combined with the deep-sea energy finally erupted with the strongest destructive might. The whalebone instantly tore through the shark tooth. This was an unstoppable development, an unstoppable slaughter. Countless shark teeth were crushed, and at the same time, the small shark school was buried. No. The giant Shark King revealed a look of despair. He had spent a great deal of effort to create these small shark schools, but now they had all died at the hands of Old Man Demon Whale. Roar! At this moment, the true form of a black whale appeared behind Old Man Demon Whale. It opened its giant mouth and swallowed the giant shark school. Ah! The giant shark clan that originally ate the whale clan as food had now become Old Man Demon Whale's meal. How ironic was this? Very good. Seeing that the script was progressing according to his predictions, Yi Chen smiled. Then the Dragon Slayer's spear fell from the sky and landed in his hand. He had calculated that the giant Shark King was going to make a final struggle. Chapter 2319. Seeing countless descendants die in the old demon whale's mouth, the giant Shark King's face contorted. His entire body exploded with powerful water currents that flashed with blue light. Mad shark power! The giant Shark King released his ultimate power. His eyes rapidly transformed and another pair of eyes appeared. This pair of eyes was not used to see, but to release the ultimate destructive rays. These rays were fused with the Shark King's strongest cultivation results. It was the mad shark psionic power. Old Demon Whale, this king will tear you to pieces. Is that so? Giant Shark King, this body has completely escaped your mind control. If you want to use this method to intimidate me, then you've made a mistake. Whether it's intimidating or real, you'll know once you try. The giant Shark King's body began to charge fiercely. This time he wanted to use his body to crush the old demon whale and remind him of his past fear. The old demon whale knew that the giant Shark King was going all out this time. Although he had the support of Yi Chen's underworld god contract, he did not dare to be careless. He wanted to release the demon whale power. This was a power that he had cultivated for thousands of years. Although it was not as powerful as the psionic power he had absorbed from the Shark King in the true Spirit Hall, with the support of the darkness pool, he was reborn. Ah! Hiss, hiss, hiss! Endless dark matter flowed into the old demon whale's meridians, causing his body to continue to rise. Even without transforming into his true body, he grew to the size of a mountain. This was the infinite extension of the darkness pool. Seeing Old Man Demon Whale's body rapidly rise, the giant Shark King coldly sneered, as if this sort of increase in strength wouldn't cause him any trouble at all. This was because what he released was the ultimate strength he had cultivated in the true spirit temple for thousands of years. Kill. The giant Shark King's extra eyes released psionic rays that rapidly swept across the old demon whale. Rumble. The old demon whale's massive body could rise in the sea, avoiding the psionic rays and unleashing the strongest whale punch. Boom, boom, boom. The whale fist bombarded the giant Shark King's path in a frenzy. An attack of this level could easily kill a heavenly immortal. However, the giant Shark King was able to withstand these fist gleams. This was unbelievable. Yi Chen did not expect this kind of resistance. This was the result of cultivation in the true spirit hull. It was also the manifestation of the spirit vein core's extraordinary power. Die. The giant Shark King opened its jaws and countless sharp teeth shot towards Old Man Demon Whale. Chi, chi, chi. Although his body was covered in black gold glazed glass, the elder demon whale's darkness energy was on a completely different level from Yi Chen's. The giant Shark King's sharp teeth easily tore through the black gold scale armor and penetrated the elder demon whale's blood vessels. Blood flowed, and the demon whale elder's body shivered. But he knew that he could not retreat. In front of Yi Chen, he had to display his strongest fighting spirit. This fighting spirit was passed down to him by Yi Chen, so how could he easily abandon it? Lifting the ocean and flipping the waves, 6 meridians origin art. Old Man Demon Whale released his final strength. This time, he wanted to fight the giant Shark King to the death. Boom! The strength of both sides rapidly collided. Countless shark teeth were sent flying away and shattered. But the giant Shark King's spiritual energy rays still broke through Old Man Demon Whale's defenses and pierced through his body, wildly destroying his meridians. The sharp pain caused the old demon whale's body to shiver. He almost couldn't withstand it. It's not time yet. Old Man Demon Whale, you have to hold on for me. Yi Chen waited on the side for a long time, but he maintained his composure. He was waiting for the moment when the giant Shark King revealed a fatal opening. On the battlefield, the giant Shark King madly tore and attacked. Even the ascended elder demon whale was finding it difficult to withstand. Fortunately, he relied on the formidable regenerative abilities of the underworld god contract. Even though the elder demon whale was bleeding all over, he still continued to fight. Kill. Old Man Demon Whale released 6 meridian origin power. 6 meridians appeared in his body. The strength of these 6 meridians was clearly different from other meridians. These meridians contained 100 times the strength of ordinary meridians. Right now, they were put to good use. Boom, boom, boom. The forces of both sides collided with each other continuously. Following that, they engaged in close combat. This was a battle of life and death between 2 colossal creatures. The scene was boundlessly majestic. The entire deep sea was in turmoil. The whirling currents constantly shook the entire true spirit palace, allowing Yi Chen to sense an even stronger fluctuation of the spirit vein. 6 meridian origin power, return flow. The limitlessly revolving power of the 6 meridians all returned to the elder demon whale's dantian. Finally, it transformed into the strongest current that erupted. Rumble, rumble. The massive power of the demon whale swept out toward the giant Shark King. I've been waiting for this attack. The giant Shark King's eyes were red with bloodlust. There was only the elder demon whale in his heart. How could he remember that Yi Chen was watching from the side? He gathered all the power of the wild sand to resist the elder demon whale. In the blink of an eye, the current rushed into the sky. In the entire deep sea, a hollow passage appeared. Yi Chun recalled all his divine armaments, waiting for this attack. Heavenly Emperor's killing order. Everlasting dragon purple thunderstrike. In the final moment of the two colossal beings' attacks, Yi Chun found the giant shark king's final flaw. At this time, the elder demon whale was clearly at a disadvantage. All the scales on his body were shattering, and the power of his 6 meridians was unable to withstand it. It completely collapsed, and blood splattered everywhere. But as Yi Chun's contracted beast, he could sense his master's position and knew that Yi Chun had made a move. I resist. The elder demon whale finally resisted. The giant shark king's killing intent was revealed. The ultimate psionic ray shot toward the elder demon whale's head. But at this time, a dark figure entered the giant shark king's vision, causing his heart to tremble. Yi Chun! The moment he saw Yi Chun, the giant shark king knew his end. He felt that this was a sure-kill attack. Purple thunderstrike, everlasting dragon purple thunderstrike. Even the power of the wild sand could not resist this sure-kill attack. Countless shark teeth shattered, unable to protect the giant shark king. The giant shark king instinctively released all the sharks. But how could these sharks be a match for Yi Chun? They were not even worth mentioning. Pissed, pissed, pissed. Blood dyed the deep sea red. Countless sharks died in front of him. The giant shark king revealed a look of despair. Die in peace, giant shark king. Yi Chun waved the dragon-taming spear and used the everlasting dragon force. It instantly pierced through the giant shark king's head and went straight for the extra eyes. Kacha, kacha, kacha! Ah! The giant shark king's head was shattered by the purple thunderstrike. It wailed in pain and then fell to the bottom of the sea. Its mountainous body slowly fell and piled up with the corpses of the other sharks. This was the giant shark king's end. Chapter 23:20. Thank you, Master, for saving my life. The old demon whale stepped forward and bowed to Yi Chun. He knew very well that, although his strength had soared, he had no chance of winning against the giant shark king who had activated the power of wild sand. If Yi Chun had not killed the giant shark king in time, he would have died at the other's hands. Rise. The giant shark king's beast core is your reward. Thank you, Master. The old demon whale walked to the giant shark king's corpse and activated the power of devouring. He instantly locked onto the giant shark king's beast core and absorbed it for his own use. Following that, Yi Chun and the old demon whale continued forward, searching for the secrets of the true spirit hall. After passing through the giant shark clan's territory, Yi Chun saw an even darker deep sea. The pressure in the surrounding space was completely different from before. Here, an ordinary mystic immortal might not be able to last 2 hours. Of course, Yi Chun was not an ordinary mystic immortal. To him, this pressure was meaningless. As they gradually ventured deeper into the true spirit temple, even the elder demon whale began to feel uncomfortable. It should be known that his body had been upgraded. Seeing how relaxed Yi Chun was, the elder demon whale was even more astonished. Yi Chun's strength was simply astonishing. Now he believed that following Yi Chun was the best choice. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the darkness ahead. This sound was different from the giant shark school. It was like a vengeful spirit, a cry that penetrated deep into one's heart, disturbing one's mind and even causing one to hallucinate. Careful! Yes, hearing Yi Chun's warning, the old demon whale circulated the power in his body to resist the strange sound that entered his ears. However, he was still somewhat dazed. After all, this environment was completely different from where he had lived before. The pressure here, the strange energy here, could cause him to go berserk. Perhaps he should be glad that he did not enter the true spirit hall alone. Otherwise, even if he was not killed by the giant shark clan, he would die here. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The old demon whale felt a new scene appear in front of him. There were many sea creatures swimming around, but even so, there was no sign of danger. This is the old demon whale's mind fell into chaos and numbness. Tang Jia felt that his body was very light, but he was constantly falling. Yi Qin saw the old demon whale's abnormality. He knew that to resolve this abnormality, he had to first deal with those strange sounds. What kind of monster is this? Why aren't you showing yourself? Yi Qin let out a lion roar. The Buddha Emperor's voice shook the sea region within 100 miles. Squeak, squeak, squeak! It was obvious that these deep-sea creatures were very sensitive to such intense vibrations, so they reacted violently. Moreover, Yi Qin could sense that there were undercurrents in the surrounding space. These undercurrents were rapidly approaching and were even about to attack Yi Qin. Sneaky people not worth a mention. Yi Qin scoffed and tossed the 8th Division Heavenly Dragon Demon Suppression Mirror. ZZZ! The demon vanquishing mirror was infused with Buddha Emperor's power. Instantly, tens of thousands of beams of golden light appeared before Yi Qin. Squeak, squeak, squeak! Under the golden light of the demon vanquishing mirror, those sneaky things finally appeared first. They were actually some extremely large plankton that kept swimming in the deep sea. Intruder, how dare you be so impudent? A threatening voice even came from the deep sea, directed at Yi Qin. This was because the old demon whale behind him had fallen into the control of these sneaky things. Their ability to create illusions was extremely powerful. They were furious that Yi Qin did not enter their environment. This time, they were going to take revenge. Golden light shone into the sea. What was seen was a mass of chaos filled with illusory, mysterious energy. It was clear that the true spirit temple, where the spirit vein was, had attracted a large number of powerful deep-sea creatures to cultivate. Many of them had developed intelligence and even become super terrifying existences like the giant Shark King. However, the unknown creature before Yi Qin was clearly stronger than the giant Shark King. His control over his mind was extremely strong. This kind of demon was very efficient in using its potential. If you don't show yourself, I'll tear down this underwater temple of yours. Yi Qin roared angrily again, shaking the entire place. Countless sneaky things shattered on the spot, turning into dust. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The dragon's voice was too powerful, causing the sneaky things to become restless. All of them attacked Yi Qin, wanting to eat him alive. However, they had found the wrong prey. They were the real prey. Since you want to die, come at me together. Yi Qin waved his spear, and the thunder dragon, Sovereign, appeared. The surrounding space was filled with thunder and lightning, making it difficult for the sneaky things to pass through. The thunder dragon Sovereign was enraged. His figure grew to a height of 10 meters, and endless power swept out. The seawater was stimulated by the power of thunder and lightning, causing the deep-hidden demon to be unable to hide. Roar! The demon roared angrily, stirring up thousands of waves to counterattack. Boom, boom, boom! The water in front of Yi Qin exploded continuously, but they could not hurt him at all. All of them were resisted by the dragon energy shield. Do you really think it's that easy to enter the ancient ruins of the true spirit temple? Even if you kill the giant Shark King, you still can't escape the fate of death. Is that so? How dare a coward be so arrogant in front of me? Ha ha ha, devil summoning. At this moment, the shadow in the darkness frantically swung its tentacles, forming a grand seal shape in the seawater. Then the seal shone brightly, and the surrounding area of 1,000 miles shook at the same time. These vibrations were like the roars of ancient beasts, extremely shocking. Feeling this ancient power, Yi Qin focused slightly. He knew that the opponent before him was not just one person. Rumble! The grand power triggered the roar of mountains and tsunamis. Boundless seawater surged over, and in this deep sea, several huge craters appeared. The darkness was boundless, like the entrance to hell, sending chills down one's spine. Demonic whale elder. Sensing danger, Yi Chin roared and woke the demonic whale elder up. Ah! The demonic whale elder was shaken out of the fantasy world. When he saw the scene before him, he was instantly stunned. Great Emperor! He hurried to Yi Chen's side and faced the shocking change together. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, terrifying laughter came from all directions. It came from those deep craters. Waves of powerful energy caused violent vibrations. Yi Chen could clearly feel the power of space. It was obvious that the demon had used some method to summon a group of demons. Why don't you all show yourselves together and save me the trouble? Hearing Yi Chen's words, all the demons that appeared in the surrounding deep craters glared angrily, their murderous intent thick. It seems like this kid doesn't understand the power of my deep-sea world at all. Peel off his skin and bones and make him understand. Ha ha ha. Chapter 23-21. Yi Chen released boundless divine power to sense the source of these deep pits, but he still could not sense it. It was obvious that the source did not come from the deep sea. The demon was still shouting the name of the deep sea world. It was obvious that these fellows had formed the Deep Sea Alliance, and this alliance was most likely formed by the spatial connection in the True Spirit Palace. You wanted to see my true form. Now I'll grant your wish. Rumble. 100 miles in front of them shook as seawater poured in. A super monster with a wriggling body appeared before Yi Chen and the Sea Demon King. Upon closer inspection, it was a monster that looked like an octopus. Countless tentacles were waving, but these tentacles were made of steel. This was a secret technique cultivated by this monster. It fused itself with the steel in the surrounding space to form this body. On the monster's head, the mountain-like teeth rattled as if waiting to devour all life before it. The monsters that appeared before the various deep-sea pits were of strange shapes and were not inferior to the giant Shark King. Now that you've seen my true form, what do you think? The deep-sea demon monarch looked at Yi Chen coldly with a sinister expression. He had completely intimidated the puny human before him. He was the ruler of the deep sea. He could control the life and death of all life. No one could be arrogant before him. They had to kneel. Kneel, kneel, kneel. The summoned monster kept roaring, exerting pressure on Yi Chen. Old Sea Whale Elder, step back. This time, I'll show you what it means to kill 1,000,000 when the Heavenly Emperor is enraged. Yes, great Emperor. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Old Sea Whale Elder retreated 300 miles to watch the battle. Thud, thud, thud. Seeing that Yi Chen did not kneel, the monsters in the surrounding pits walked toward him. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Tsunamis rumbled. Their imposing manner crushed over. Yi Chen closed his eyes slightly. He did not take these fellows seriously at all. Even if their strength was on par with the giant Shark King and they could kill a heavenly immortal in seconds if they joined forces, it was just a small trial for the Heavenly Emperor. Puny human, you're challenging my dignity. Do you know the consequences of doing so? You'll be completely crushed without a corpse left. I hope you can still be so confident when I kill you. How laughable. Kill them all. Under the command of the deep-sea demonic monarch, the waves in a radius of 5,000 kilometers surged, and a rain of blood and killing intent arrived. There was no way out. Vudra, sea overturning yin yang wheel. His eyes turned cold as he executed the 33 days creation divine fist at the same time, perfectly blending them together. The entire sea trembled, and the entire continent at the bottom of the sea started to shatter. Yin and yang energy fused together, and the wheel of life and death shot out in 3 different directions. This was the rage of the celestial emperor, the might of the heavenly Tao. So. The 3 yin-yang wheels were like 3 six-path, soul-pressing talismans, demanding his life. Kill. There were several super sea monsters in front of him, their eyes shining with blood-red light. The instant they encountered the yin yang wheel, their bodies froze, unable to move forward. Chi, chi, chi. Yin yang wuji slashed through life and death. The sea monsters in front of him exploded one by one, and their blood dyed the sea red. Ah! The remaining sea monsters were stunned. They thought that they could crush Yi Qin with their physical strength advantage. But the first to bear the brunt was killed by Yi Qin. What was this? Their minds were shaken to the extreme. But they were sea monsters that had cultivated for thousands of years after all, so they would not collapse so easily. Let's unleash our abilities together and kill him. All right. The remaining sea monsters unleashed their abilities and secret techniques one after another, wanting to crush Yi Chen with their strong foundation. The waves that filled the sky turned into countless demonic shadows, forming a magic storm that completely covered the last trace of light. At the same time, the deep-sea demonic monarch unleashed his own laws, triggering the power of the true Spirit Palace's ley line. With such a terrifying attack, even a golden immortal would have to think twice. Seeing this scene, Elder Sea Whale revealed a nervous expression. He broke out in a cold sweat. Even in the deep sea, the terrifying atmosphere could not be concealed. Elder Sea Whale gritted his teeth. He thought that even the celestial Emperor Yi Qin would not be able to resist this attack. He wanted to save Yi Qin, but before he could do anything, a powerful force came and instantly stopped him. It was Yi Chen's divine telekinesis, telling him not to move. Heavenly Emperor, are you really that confident? Elder Sea Whale asked himself. After all, he had not known Yi Chen for long. Yi Chen's actions had indeed shocked him many times, but this time, no matter how he looked at it, it looked like a scare. Heaven doesn't need to be confident because it's absolute. Huh? Elder Sea Whale heard that incomparably high voice in his mind. That supreme majesty made him completely gasp in admiration. No matter what, the temperament of the human youth before him was already worthy of the title of Heavenly Emperor. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, he was certain that the person before him would win. Heavenly Emperor, let me witness the glory of defying. Elder Sea Whale prayed in his heart, hoping that his prayer would increase Yi Chen's luck. Rumble. The boundless, dark, demon monarch power combined with the desperate attack of several heavenly immortal rank sea monsters was an unstoppable massacre. This was a battlefield where only death awaited. Beginning of the ancient underworld, reincarnation of life and death, defying heaven and changing fate, merciless kill. The eye of heavenly Tao reappeared between Yi Chen's brows. Behind him, there was the thrilling underworld god and the ancient god's double shadow. This was an attack that Yi Chen broke through his limits. This was a killing technique that proved his talent. This was the eruption of primordial force, a testimony of reincarnation of life and death. Rumble. The underworld god and the ancient god's double divine seal were imprinted on Yi Chen's back, forming a pair of divine wings. The entire underwater world was shaken. The two divine powers that shot into the sky had completely opened up the underwater world within 20,000 miles. The radiance of the sun had appeared. This was an unbelievable ultimate battle. Kill. Yi Chen's divine wings protected his body. It was his most powerful form, the ancient god of war. Behind him, countless violent waves appeared. Because of the might of the divine powers, a path of blood appeared in front of him. Nothing could stop the god of war before him. Kill! Murderous cries shook the sky. Countless demonic powers turned into demons of various forms and attacked Yi Chen in a frenzy. However, with the dragon restraining spear in hand, the god of war was invincible. Uft, uft, uft. Demon blood splattered all over the sky. In the midst of the blood rain, there was a person with two divine powers in his body. He waved the dragon restraining spear in his hand, and the rapid killing ray shattered the sky. All the demons were destroyed. Countless demonic powers turned into powder under the spear. Yi Qin killed along the way, his boundless battle intent soared. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yi Qin spread his wings and flew up, arriving above the last demon in the deep pit. Ah! Several powerful demons looked at Yi Qin in shock. They watched as Yi Qin arrived at the seat of judgment. Ancient God's ultimate technique, Moon Destroyer form. Chapter 23-22. In the deep sea, the seawater spun and soared into the sky. The god of the underworld and the ancient god merged. Yi Qin transformed into the ancient god of war, and the entire sky showed an ancient color. He became the only ruler here, the ruler of life and death. The moon-destroying form was unleashed. The sky changed color, and the seawater flowed backward. Standing on the throne of judgment, the heavenly emperor ruled, and everything fell. How could the deep-sea demon monarch bow its head like this? Its entire body was covered in blood-red armor. All the steel hands soared into the sky and rushed toward Yi Qin. It wanted to crush Yi Qin in the sky and make his moon-destroying form ineffective. Charge! The deep-sea demon monarch commanded. The monsters in the deep pits below moved. They did not want to be killed without a fight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Their huge bodies soared into the sky. They used their strongest power. This was their ultimate resistance. Ha ha ha, the judgment has begun. You have no power to reverse the situation. Facing the ultimate counterattack of these monsters, Yi Qin only sneered. In front of the ancient god of war, one could only kneel and submit. Brat, don't try to be brave. Die. Deep sea force, great fusion. Eternal technique, kill. The monsters below once again fused their powers, drawing upon the power of the deep sea. Instantly, the various pits below surged with a strange force, which was the foundation of their bodies. Boom, boom, boom. The pillars of demonic energy that shot up into the sky were their anger. These pillars of light rushed toward Yi Qin. It was a crushing attack. At the same time, Yi Qin used the moon-destroying form. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sky was chaotic. The divine power was overturned and the huge light ball swept everywhere. This was the real judgment of the gods. It was a super-destructive attack. No matter what was in front of it, it would be destroyed and turned into powder. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The deep-sea monsters that were still fighting with all their might were frozen like statues when they encountered the extinction technique. Then, cracks appeared all over their bodies. Starting from their faces, the cracks extended to their arms, bodies, and finally, their entire bodies shattered into pieces. In the end, all the monsters were turned into powder. Only the eternal divine power remained in the sky. The energy pillars that rushed out from the deep pits could not hurt Yi Qin at all. They were all reflected by the ancient god of war's divine power. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Not only did these energies not hurt Yi Qin, but they also crazily attacked the deep-sea demon monarch. Impossible. The demon sovereign was enraged and sent out countless steel tentacles. He thought that the indestructible steel tentacles would be able to block the attack, but little did he know that Yi Qin had already dealt a fatal blow. Force of the divine god of battle, Azura Purple Thunderbolt Annihilation. Brandishing the dragon-taming spear, an extremely penetrative force carrying purple lightning instantly shattered the countless steel tentacles in front of him. Then it formed a super lightning-killing intent that shot straight for the demonic emperor's body. Chi! Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Accompanied by the piercing sound, followed by the infinite electric shocks, the demon emperor's entire body emitted a blue light, countless tentacles unconsciously swaying chaotically. Completely paralyzed, blood spurting out, the demon emperor's body unceasingly trembled, shrinking into a ball. Is the deep-sea demon emperor very powerful? Yi Qin was high and mighty. He was like a god looking at an ant. The demon emperor below didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance left. This was the first time he came out of the mountain, and he had already encountered such an opponent. This was the greatest misfortune in his life. This. The demon emperor's body was still trembling. As long as Yi Chen's divine consciousness moved, the purple lightning would instantly take his life. I'm willing to become your slave. I just hope that you'll spare my life. In the end, the demon emperor who ruled the deep sea had no choice but to kneel before Yi Chen, constantly begging for mercy, not even daring to lift his head. He knew that his life was completely in the hands of the young man before him. It was too difficult to survive. Ha ha ha! Deep sea demon emperor, I think you're just a deep sea ant. Yes, before the great emperor, I'm just an ant. The deep sea demon emperor could only echo. He had no martial arts dignity at all. He just wanted to live. After all, how could he give up so easily after 10,000 years of cultivation? Find me the spiritual vein. The great emperor wants to find the spiritual realm core. The demon emperor revealed a trembling expression as if he had many concerns. What do you think? Naturally, Yi Chen could see the fear in the demon emperor's heart, but the purpose of this trip was to find the spiritual realm core. No matter how difficult it was, he had to act. Moreover, a defeated opponent still dared to ask for anything? Yes. The demon emperor had already seen Yi Chen's decisive and invincible style. If he still wanted to disobey Yi Chen, it was tantamount to digging his own grave. He could only obey. In the end, the demon emperor wriggled his body and brought Yi Chen and the old man Haijing to the deepest part of the true spirit palace. The further they went, the more careful the demon emperor's steps became. It seemed like he was very afraid of this place. This made Yi Chen more cautious. What exactly existed here that could make him so afraid? Deep sea demon emperor, what are you afraid of? Yi Chen asked coldly. Great emperor, the spiritual realm core is surrounded by a peerlessly exquisite, almost invincible formation. I don't know who sealed it at what time. I've tried many times, but not only can I not enter the core, I even caused the core to become restless, resulting in dozens of deep-sea craters. There are monsters running amok in them, but they were subdued by me. If you touch the spiritual realm core, I'm afraid you'll cause misfortune. Cause misfortune? Ha. Do you think I'm afraid of such nonsense? Demon Emperor, if you disobey my orders, you know very well that my restriction still exists in your body, the purple thunderbolt. Once my divine telekinesis is activated, you'll die without a doubt. Yes, according to the great emperor's capabilities, it shouldn't be a problem. The demon emperor hurriedly bowed his head, not daring to disobey Yi Chen. Finally, Yi Chen passed through an undersea tunnel and saw the spiritual realm core. In a huge pool, there were various fluorescent lights of various colors. Under these lights, a huge white light core floated in the pool water. The pool water constantly emitted strange energy. It was very mysterious. This is the spiritual realm core? Yes, great emperor. Humph, demon emperor, don't tell me you have some other scheme. I wouldn't dare. Since you don't dare, then prove yourself. What do you mean? The demon emperor trembled. He seemed to realize that Yi Chen wanted him to test the spiritual realm core. The fear from a long time ago struck again, causing his body to start trembling. He almost did not dare to move forward. Previously, he was almost trapped in it. Now that he was heavily injured by Yi Chen, how would he dare to enter? However, before Yi Chen, he would not allow him to delay. Yi Chen looked at the demon emperor coldly. The latter could only move forward.